All right. I think we're live. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. If anyone in the chat can hear me, just push one. All right. Got a confirmation from the chat. Thank you for the confirmation. Welcome back to the Black Brain Trust. This is episode 438. Geopolitics. Please hit the like button as you come in. Share the video if possible. Also hit that notification bell so you get all the updates from the Black Brain Trust, including those posted on the community tab. Docket description beneath the video for you to follow along with. If you want to engage in the discussion, there'll be a link in the chat for you to click on. When you click on the link, make sure you raise your hand so that one of us can acknowledge you and advance you through the panel. All right, I'm gonna get started. Let me share my screen real quick. Should not be here that long. All right, let me expand my screen out. This is from CompTIA.org. Is blockchain the U.S. military's next great weapon? Expand this out a little bit. Now that blockchain technology has become a topic of mainstream interest, innovative minds have begun to explore ways to unleash its power. Unsurprisingly, the United States Department of Defense has taken an interest in devising several use cases to take advantage of this emerging technology. Since antiquity, militaries have required specialized professionals to maintain their daily needs. Whether it was hot meals, uniforms, or weapons crafting, these individuals played a critical role in the success or failure of major military campaigns. Circa 315 BCE, Alexander the Great was quoted as saying, my logisticians are a humorless lot. They know if my campaign fails, they are the first ones I will slay. Approximately 2,100 years later, Napoleon is attributed with the quote, the amateurs discuss tactics, the professionals discuss logistics. Essentially, both of these military geniuses knew highly successful armies were less effective without a consistently strong supply line. Interestingly enough, Napoleon was defeated on multiple fronts, but this article doesn't talk about that, despite all of his planning and logistics. Recently, the United States military has shifted its focus with fighting asymmetric opponents to reassessing its threats posed by nation states, specifically those in the Asia-Pacific theater. As usual, a critical component for operational success will be a highly efficient supply chain. Thus, the main characteristics of blockchain, decentralization, immutability, distribution, tokenization, and encryption, lends itself well as a solution to come to some of the complexities of military logistical operations. Hence, in 2018, the U.S. Defense Logistics Agency, DLA, studied how blockchain could improve efficiencies during rapid buildups and movement of personnel and equipment. They used 2017's humanitarian response to Hurricane Maria, which devastated Puerto Rico. In this case, DLA's researchers postulated that blockchain's inherent decentralization and distributed nature could provide faster and more precise sharing of critical data regarding the movement of assets. Another example is the public-private collaboration between the DoD and the University of Notre Dame in the development of Simba Chain. Simba Chain, a cloud-based blockchain network, was built to provide a platform for secure messaging and P2P transactions. Similar to other more well-known blockchain networks such as Ethereum, it accommodates the use of decentralized applications, dApps, where developers can create smart contracts between multiple entities, thus doing away with the need for a third-party intermediary to validate an exchange of value. Also in 2018, the Treasury Department's Office of Financial Innovation and Transformation ran a blockchain pilot program focused on decentralizing the tracking, management, and transfer of employee mobile devices. While they successfully achieved these technological goals, the project also revealed at least 3 major drawbacks of trying to merge today's government capabilities with blockchain solutions. First, the federal government as a whole would need to standardize its data for optimal use on a blockchain. Second, federal agencies would need to begin sharing data across silos to scale any serious blockchain implementation. Finally, the government needs to upskill federal workers on blockchain technology in order to take advantage of its full potential. Researchers spend a tremendous amount of time educating people on what a blockchain is versus what and how the technology can be used to address operational challenges. Today, the word blockchain is still strongly associated with cryptocurrency and, of course, Bitcoin. Added to the confusion are several persistent myths about its use as a monetary laundering tool for criminal activity. Regardless, this widespread confusion is a golden opportunity for CompTIA's channel partners. Partners can provide immediate value to the DoD, Department of Defense, and the defense contractors by first addressing common misconceptions. While discussing current and future capabilities and needs, partners should try to gauge their public sector clients' understanding of blockchain and where it fits in their roadmap and their life cycle management. These discussions can also help to facilitate a better understanding of blockchain and possibly serve as a catalyst for educating public sector employees about its potential. There's a knowledge gap between public officials and public entities about blockchain, and unfortunately, they're slow to adopt. So someone has to come in there and consult with them. Within the past 3 years, major cloud providers such as Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and IBM have created turnkey blockchain solutions, thus reducing the development hurdles needed to launch a commercial-grade blockchain network. Partners should seize the opportunity to rapidly develop, test, and evaluate blockchain solutions for any number of challenges. This effort will not only help their clients to ascertain if blockchain is right for them, but it will also add to the broader body of knowledge of blockchain's potential use cases across the public and private landscape. In summary, many are confident that the DoD will implement blockchain technology to strengthen the U.S. military's global reach and global power. With the support of CompTIA's educational infrastructure, its channel partners are well positioned to help their clients realize blockchain's promise of delivering robust, decentralized P2P networks that reduce the operational friction caused by current legacy systems. So military may have been studying this stuff for a while, but public sector has not. And that's why there's so much apprehension in adopting the technology, because the way government works from an operational standpoint is in direct conflict with the technology itself. And so because of that, this opens up an opportunity for a lot of people, more importantly, Black people, to get involved in blockchain consulting. But we talk about that a lot on here. And you should know that every Thursday we have Black Blockchain Talk. So do I see the US government adopting this really quickly? I think at some levels, and I think at other levels, it will take a long time. For example, ammunition would be pretty easy to adopt because it comes off of the manufacturing press, and it can be instantly added to the blockchain itself because of the serial numbers. And you also have to take into consideration facilities like places that store ammunition, places that store vehicles and things of that nature can actually be added to the blockchain fairly quickly because they're stationary. They don't really change, if at all. Usually military bases installations stay up for quite some time. So it'll be easy to add those things to the blockchain, as well as add the ammunition that that accompanies those installations and whatnot to the blockchain itself. So they know which ammunition for which branch of the military would be accommodating, and the serial numbers that's attached to the in the manufacturing date of the ammunition would tell them also in real time whether or not it's aged or it's new. So there's a lot of opportunities with blockchain in the U.S. military, as well as the Department of Defense. Let me acknowledge people in the chat. We have Rain and Woman. Good evening to you. We have Excalibur. Salute to you. We have Adam. Good evening to you as well. And we have Cocaine Kells on the panel. What's going on? All right, let me get to the next item on the docket. This one is from Business Insider. Jeff Bezos' phone was reportedly hacked by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in 2018. This is interesting. Amazon CEO Jeff, let me expand this out. Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos is believed to have been hacked by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in 2018, according to a new bombshell report from The Guardian's Stephanie Kersen-Gassner. Citing unnamed sources with knowledge of an international investigation into the hacking, The Guardian reported a report indicates that Bezos' phone appeared to be infiltrated after he opened a video file sent from the Crown Prince's number on WhatsApp. The two men had reportedly exchanged friendly messages on WhatsApp on May 1st, 2018, after which an unsolicited video file was sent from Crown Prince Mohammed's account. After Bezos opened the file, data was rapidly extracted from his personal phone, according to the report. The Saudi government called The Guardian's report absurd in a tweet Tuesday night, calling for an investigation on these claims so that we can have all the facts out. Bezos' attorney told The Guardian that Bezos was cooperating with investigations but declined to comment further. Representatives for Bezos and Saudi government did not immediately respond to Business Insider's request for comment. A WhatsApp representative declined to comment. Bezos' team began investigating his phone last January after the National Enquirer published a story exposing an extramarital affair. Following the publication of the story, Bezos wrote a Medium post accusing the National Enquirer's parent company, American Media Incorporated, of blackmailing him by threatening to publish nude images of him. Of course, I don't want personal photos published, but I also won't participate in their well-known practice of blackmail, Bezos wrote at the time. The company has denied blackmailing Bezos and has said its reporters were informed about Bezos' affair by the estranged brother of his girlfriend. Interesting. But Bezos' head of security, Gavin DeBecker, said in March that an internal investigation revealed Saudis had access to Bezos' phone and gained private information. David Pecker, the CEO of AMI, reportedly had a close relationship with Crown Prince Mohammed in the months leading up to the National Enquirer's story. Both Saudi Arabia and AMI previously denied that Saudi officials were involved in the Enquirer's publication of the story on Bezos. As pointed out by The Guardian, Bezos could have been a target for a Saudi hack because of his ownership of the Washington Post, which has run coverage critical of the kingdom. The Post columnist Jamal Khashoggi was assassinated by Saudi agents in October 2018. The CIA determined that the Crown Prince ordered the killing. But that doesn't seem like a whole lot of justification to go after this guy at the top. Because if anything, they should have went after RT or something, right? It just seems really weird as to why he's a target as opposed to anyone else. Yeah, this is not so much as beyond my knowledge, but beyond my comprehension as to why. Because there's so many other publications that run funny stories about the kingdom itself, about the monarchy. Why go after this one guy? That doesn't seem to solve anything. Doesn't seem to solve it at all. But interesting nonetheless, because I'd be curious to know what kind of phone he had, as well as why is he using WhatsApp to talk to people? I mean, you're a high-ranking official of a major technology corporation. Why would you be talking on WhatsApp? Why don't you be talking on something a little bit more secure, like a landline or something like that? Some other encrypted device? I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. All right. Next item on the docket is from the National Review. In defense of Glenn Greenwald. Let me expand this out. Brazilian prosecutors allege that the writer, Glenn Greenwald, was a member of a criminal organization who got his hands on compromising conversations between government officials and then disseminated the material to the general public. I allege that Brazilian prosecutors are merely offering the best definition of a good journalism. There are very few issues on which I agree with Greenwald. Some of his views I find detestable, actually. But by any reasonable characterization, he's a journalist, a pretty good one. In fact, whether you agree with his conclusions, objectives, or worldview, Greenwald's Scoops about the surveillance state changed the way Americans talk about their government. In the past few years, Greenwald, who lives in Rio de Janeiro, has published leaked text messages that raise questions about the impartiality of former judge, now Justice Minister, Sergio Moro, and other prosecutors who served on an anti-corruption task force that indicated a number of high-profile left-wing politicians, including former President Luis Inacio and Lula de la Silva, or da Silva. This rampant corruption helped right-wing Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro win power. Now, I don't pretend to be an expert on Brazilian politics, even if I find hyperbolic, stupid fucking ass, man. Hyperbolic some of the reaction to Bolsonaro, who seems no more autocratic than the average left-wing leader in South America. But three things seem undeniable. One, the text messages and transcripts released by Greenwald's publication, The Intercept Brazil, have genuine news value. Number two, Greenwald acquired those conversations using established in some journalistic practices. And three, Bolsonaro is attempting to intimidate journalists by seeking retribution against a reporter who has done a particular effective job of damaging him. Yes, Greenwald is an ideologically driven writer. So are most American reporters, though the problem with journalism in the United States isn't as much ideology as it is unprincipled partnership, which flows like a torrent in one direction. And yes, Greenwald's husband, David Miranda, is an elected official with the opposition left-wing Socialism and Liberty Party. All of that matters, but none of it undermines the veracity of the conversations that Greenwald uncovered, nor more important, does it mean that the process by which he obtained the information should be considered criminal in a free nation. The Brazilian government's case relies in part on the allegation that Greenwald assisted in facilitating the commission of a crime by encouraging his anonymous sources to delete copies of stolen messages in an effort to evade detection by authorities. Well, using this malleable justification, most investigative journalists could be charged with a crime in Brazil, since most conspire to evade authorities on some level. This is true. Asking an American reporter, and they'll happily tell you they would go to prison to protect the name of sources who illegally pass on information to them. Greenwald would like draw. This is Mrs. Grammatically wrong here. Greenwald would like to draw comparisons between his case and that of Julian Assange, charged by U.S. authorities with conspiring to hack government computers. But there's an important distinction. Assange allegedly participated in the initial criminality by offering assistance in breaching passwords, while Greenwald advised a source how to protect his or her identity after already handing over information. Last year, a justice on Brazil's Supreme Court barred federal police from investigating Greenwald's role in disseminating hacked messages. The ruling prohibited Bolsonaro from using coercive measures to stop Greenwald. It's unclear if the Bolsonaro administration will fight the judge's decision or simply ignore it and move ahead with a prosecution of Greenwald. Either way, it's authoritarian to use police powers to silence journalists who embarrass you. Because often, maybe most of the time, the most consequential journalism entails working with informants or whistleblowers who engage in illegality to uncover unflattering or corrupt interactions that powerful people would love to bury. Without such muckraking, much meaningful journalism would be illegal. This is grammatically wrong again. So what's happening here is they're cracking down on anybody who tells the truth. And so because of that, you have a lot of people, a lot of government officials who would love to take down Julian Assange, who would love to take down Glenn Greenwald, who would love to take down, Jason Black or Toraine Reigns or any of these other officials. There's a whole, not officials, but independent journalists, independent media is a big problem for most governments and most nation states. And so because of that, everyone's at risk here. Everyone can be taken down. Just posting videos on YouTube and get your, not just your account flagged, but have authorities at your door. And with the NDAA, they can detain you and with no real justification. And the Patriot Act can actually extend all the way, across the internet now. So this is interesting. I like to see what happens after all of this. Otimos asked the question, do you use uBlock? I don't use uBlock on this computer. All right, this one is from quartz.com. Trump's controversial travel ban set to add 4 more African countries, including Nigeria. Interesting. More African countries could soon be caught in the crosshairs of U.S. Donald Trump's immigration clampdown. 3 years after issuing a controversial travel ban initially slapped on 7 Muslim majority countries, the Trump administration is planning to expand the ban to reportedly include 4 more African countries: Nigeria, Sudan, Tanzania, Eritrea. The others are Belarus, Myanmar, and Kyrgyzstan. While not disclosing the countries set to be affected, Trump confirmed the plans on the sidelines of World Economic Forum in Davos. An announcement of the additional countries could be made near as early as Monday. So the United States government, including the Tangerine tyrant here, have been playing this risky game of just banning countries outright from, doing, not just doing business, but from travel. And sanctions, travel bans on countries that are more melanated or more right-leaning in terms of their religion, especially how organized it is. If it's not Catholic or Christian, they seem to really go after it. So the more Muslim they are, the more likely they will be considered to be anti-Zionist. And so because of that, that's allowing the United States government's foreign policy to dictate how it engages others based on behalf of a small occupying state in the Middle East called Israel. And that's really what this is coming down to, because what's happening now is in the United States, we have at least 26 states that have signed up for anti-BDS policy. And I'm connecting these two because it's important for people to understand that anti-BDS means that you cannot boycott, divest, or sanction a nation state called Israel. And they are trying to protect themselves by using the United States to purposely stop people from bringing their country down from a divestment standpoint. And what this does is it violates the Constitution in terms of the First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment. One, the First Amendment gives you the right to freedom of speech in this country against your government. But what they have done is they have reversed it and said, no, you cannot boycott, divest, and sanction another nation state called Israel. And these nation states that are on the travel ban list are being impacted because of their anti-colonialist stance against the nation state of Israel. I think this is my perspective. I don't know if this is 100% true. It could very well be true, could not be true, could be debatable. But what's happening here is I'm seeing a lot of maneuvering based on some of these policies. It's not an accident that this is happening in the United States. 26 of these countries, 26 of these states within the United States have anti-BDS policies. Even New York and Massachusetts is on the docket, as 27th and 28th. How can you determine whether or not someone wants to engage in anti-BDS policy or BDS against a nation state like Israel in this country? How can you determine that? And now they're banning people. They have travel bans on these people who come from these countries. It's ridiculous. You can say what you want about the Tangerine Tyrant. You can print and publish all types of things about Obama, whether or not he's a U.S. citizen. Was he born in this country? Should he be the president? You can say all these negative things, but if you say one minor thing about that other place, all of a sudden that's a problem. They're even going down to the library level where you can't even use public resources for freedom of expression. This is way overreach, and travel ban is just an extension of that. So that's what's going on here, and I think people should be very concerned about marginalizing melanated countries and melanated nations. That's a real big problem. Most of these countries on this list are all melanated.
Sure, they're going to go after countries where they feel that people who've been mistreated, who've kind of been dealt with harshly, getting together, man. We know what's going on. This is kind of rough, but I was also very interested to see how Iranian citizens were being stopped at the Canadian border and stuff of this nature. I was looking at a lot of crazy things going on. So a lot of stuff. Hello? Go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Go ahead. You were gonna say something, Mike?
No, I was gonna say that Chinese students at universities are being followed around. And Chinese workers are being followed around at these big tech companies now.
Well, if you're an Iranian citizen and you're an American and you're being stopped at the Canadian border, how do you explain that?
Yeah. And it's not even just Iranian. If you back in 2001, 2002, if you had you had the little mirror accessories, like a Muslim, not a Muslim, a hijab or something like that, or bobbleheads or something like that in your car, you can very well be stopped and pulled over.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they were stopping people left and right. It was stop and frisk wasn't even just about Black people. It was going after others as well. They were really going after others. I think Kendra D talked about this on her channel many times, how she was highly harassed, after 9/11 and after the invasion of Iraq.
Yeah.
Born here. She was born here. You imagine that?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hey, what's going on, Zoe? Put some volume on your mic, please.
Zoe, what's going on, baby?
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Nagon? What's going on, Mike?
Sure,
yeah, man. Yeah. See, this is the thing that, that blows my mind when you have, like you have Black folks here in the United States that support Donald Trump. I'm like Like you see what he's doing. Like he's putting these travel bans on with Tanzania, Nigeria, uh,
Eritrea,
Sudan. Yeah, exactly. And then you see
Somalia.
these, so Somalia, and you see these, you see black folks over here like supporting Donald Trump, like saying like, oh, he's doing this for us, and the Democrats ain't do shit for us. Yeah, there's some things the Democrats haven't done for us, but like, damn, like if you see Trump's hardcore beliefs, like his hardcore beliefs are in line with far right white supremacy, and this is what it is. And to touch on another point, Mike, it's not only targeting them because they're only melanin. It's not only that, but also the whole, Israel thing. Like the United States is really cracking down on that whole BDS movement. Like it's not only the United States, but Europe too. They don't want this BDS movement to gain steam. So it's just a way of the United States try to flex their muscle to these countries. Say, well, you can't come here, you can't do business here, you can't do this, that, and the third. And it's just to maintain white supremacy, because Israel is a white supremacist state. Well, let's just be real. So
A lot of these things are definitely of a European supremacy, but they are afraid that what happened to South Africa in the 1980s could very well happen to them. And the last one to hold out for South Africa was Bush.
exactly. So it's like I don't know, because Israel doesn't really have any natural resources. Yeah, I mean they've discovered a little, natural gas and oil, in the Mediterranean, but Israel's not really a self-sufficient state. I mean, I think I read somewhere, the IT, economy is like growing really quickly, but if multiple countries implement a boycott in Israel will collapse rather quickly.
Well, they know that. That's what they're trying to prevent, right? So Israel's natural most precious resource is their human resource. That's what they cultivate, right? So
Israel is not even a natural state.
no,
That shit was created. We created that, man. They were supposed to be over there near Uganda and Africa. They didn't want that. They wanted to be in the Middle East. Mm-hmm. So here they come over there. We grab some land or whatever, did some land grabbing. Put these guys there. That's what they are. They were our bully in the Middle East. It was Iran and it was Israel. That was our bully for the Middle East. Mm-hmm. We lost Iran with the Shah being deposed. We've been trying to take over that government and put a puppet in there ever since. But we got Israel up in there doing what they have to do because they're our bully there. That's the only real bully we have there right now. They're our bully. Jordan and other countries sit around and they keep things cool, but they're not trying to really be a bully for the United States or create a lot of conflict. That's Israel's job. That's why they're there. That's why you really cannot sit down and really go against them. I mean, Trump is a racist. Trump and these guys are running a racist game. He's running with racists, anti-Semites, and everything else like that. But yet, Israel is not spoken about. Yeah. I mean, you got to sit down and look at what's going on with this whole thing. Mm-hmm. I mean, his base here is a racist base. They're anti-Semitic as well, but they're not saying anything against Israel. Why? I mean, they're our bully. They're our bully and eyes and ears in the middle. That's their job. And I'm sorry, to call out for what it is, but that's what it is, and they've developed their own industries and so forth based on the fact that we've protected them, and that's that relationship. Everybody backs that relationship. AIPAC, one of the strongest lobbies that you cannot criticize these guys. You can't criticize them. And there's a reason for that.
And they should be registered as a foreign state entity, and they're not.
They should be, in many respects, you have those that are out there that saying they should be also registered as a terrorist state. There are those out there who are saying that. But those voices inside of the United States and the government so forth are crushed. They can't even say that. The people who've written books about their rogue nature. Nope. And none of these things get the time of day. Although they get cut back to the fat meat because of it. So that's what you're dealing with. You can't criticize these guys. They're rapacious, savage, brutal, racist, You know, as much as you can. I was watching a video a while back where we saw this Jewish woman. I hate black people because they hate us, and they were talking this stuff. They were damn near had Nazi signals going up in the air. I mean, it was crazy. Yeah. And Israel was embarrassed by it. They shut a lot of that stuff down. They didn't want that coming out. But people were leaking that stuff out coming out of there. Bad news, man. It's bad news over there. You know, so I don't know what to tell you, but the way the state is evolving, I've got real issues. You know, and it's not about Jews. It's about how these guys are setting up their state and the game that they're playing. Not a good one. I'm done on that.
All right, this next one is from Ports.com. What the UK can learn from China about running an Africa summit. Interesting. The United Kingdom is hosting its first Africa summit today, January 20th, welcoming around 15 heads of state to London. The UK African Investment Summit 2020 is the latest in a series of what are coming to be known as Africa Plus One summits, referring to the idea of several African countries plus one non-African country. The first summit of this kind kicked off with France back in 1972, followed by Japan in 1993, and the US tried one in 2014 during Obama's presidency. Most recently, even Russia had an Africa summit last October. However, none of these have matched the scale and interest of the China-Africa summit, which kicked off 20 years ago. At the last one in 2018, twice as many African presidents attended the Beijing summit as attended the United Nations General Assembly in New York. So this is behind a paywall, and I wish I would have yeah, I probably should have just registered just to read the whole article, but I get the point that they're making. Part of this issue is that the British have something called the Commonwealth of States. Maybe people don't know what this is about. Let me pull it up for you. So this is let me go straight to Wikipedia. The Commonwealth of Nations, generally known as the Commonwealth, is a political association of 53 member states. Nearly all of them former territories of the British Empire. The chief institutions of the organization are the Commonwealth Secretariat, which focuses on intergovernmental aspects, and the Commonwealth Foundation, which focuses on non-governmental relations between member states. The Commonwealth dates back to the first half of the 20th century with the decolonization of the British Empire through increased self-governance of its territories. It was originally created as the British Commonwealth of Nations through the Balfour Declaration. Balfour is very important. At the 1926 Imperial Conference and formalized by the United Kingdom through the Statute of Westminster in 1931. The current Commonwealth of Nations was formally constituted by the London Declaration in 1949, post-World War II, which modernized the community and established the member states as free and equal. You're right. The human symbol of this free association is the head of the Commonwealth, currently Queen Elizabeth II. And the 2018 Commonwealth of Heads government meeting appointed Charles, Prince of Wales, to be her designated successor, although the position is not technically hereditary. The Queen is the head of state of 16 member states known as the Commonwealth realms, while 32 other members are republics, and 5 others have different monarchies. Different monarchs, sorry. Member states have no legal obligation to one another, but are connected through their use of the English language and historical ties, i.e. slavery. Their stated shared values of democracy, human rights, and rule of law are enshrined in the Commonwealth Charter and promoted by the Quadrennial Commonwealth Games. The countries of the Commonwealth cover more than 29. I'm not going to read all of that. It's not really important. The point of the matter here is that the UK or the British Africa Summit is really based off of this. And for whatever reason, the British feel that they own and control non-English or Caucasoid people for whatever reason. These non-Anglo-Saxon people, I should say. So I'm just pulling up this map right here so to give you an idea of what they're trying to do. And Canada is like a main one. And then you have all of the Caribbean, all these little green dots you see in the Caribbean, as well as Belize as well. One country in South America, as well as many countries on the continent of Africa. And then you have these other little tiny satellites throughout Europe and whatnot. And you have Australia and India, right? Subcontinent, India and Pakistan. Point of the matter here is this. Indonesia, I think as well, or Malaysia. The point of the matter here is this. The UK wants to have these sort of conversations, but they can't even maintain their own country. They're still going through Brexit. They're still going through many radical institutional changes within their country. And they want to bring on, the Africans, but the Africans don't really need you. If anything, the Africans would do much better if you just get out the way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think this is just a last, gasp of the British Empire that the UK is doing with this Africa summit, because they know Brexit is coming on. There's a lot of uncertainty of Brexit. Nobody really knows what's going to happen if there's a no deal Brexit or the day after, and what's going to happen to all the trade deals and all that sort of thing. So I think this is just the UK trying to, well, not really the UK, the part, the conservative party, the Tories that were for, to leave. They're trying to say like, oh, we are still strong. We can still do what we can do, because you heard a lot of that during the Brexit campaign. They're like, oh, don't worry, we don't need the European Union. We're still, Britannia. We will rise again, and all that other bullshit that they was talking about. But they don't realize that the UK that was back in 1914, before World War I, it's not the UK today. It's a weak, it's a shell of its former self. I think it's just a desperate way to flex, but it's not going to work. I think this.
I would have to agree. I think you're totally right about that. Being also, the fact that the prince and the princess, Markle and them, they stepping down and they're saying that they're going to kind of do their own thing, and they're not really, they don't want to deal with the royal duties and all that. I think there's some real issues going on internally inside of that. Inside of England, itself, and with the royals and everything else, that was supposed to be really setting up the Brexit kind of move there, and to kind of get their commonwealths together, and then that was the role that they were going to play, and they're stepping down. So there's some real issues, man. There's some real problems there. I think that's what we're really seeing. British Empire has been dead since the Second World War, but they've been trying to hold on to what little that they had, because we took most of it after the Second World War. Really, that was
absolutely, and a lot of people understand that the coming war in China, Churchill wanted the United States to bomb instead of bombing Japan. He wanted them to bomb the Soviet Union to keep the Soviet Union off of their ass, because they wanted to take them out and then let the Soviet Union fight back against the U.S. They knew that the Soviet Union would retaliate under Stalin. They wouldn't let that go unmatched, and that would allow the British to resurge themselves, because the British were pretty much defeated if it wasn't for the Americans.
Yeah, and much of that war, the Pacific, South Pacific, a lot of that was were parts of the British Empire that we were fighting, not only fighting but protecting, and then we took it after. And and then you hit it right in the head with the whole Iron Curtain piece, and the Iron Curtain speech, of course, that Churchill gave, but that was to kind of keep them off their ass so they could potentially re-anneal, and they haven't really re-annealed since. And that's it. France is done. We've been propping them up for damn near 200 years. And England is finished. They finish. And, the royals have stepped down. They're not going to play the role that apparently that they wanted to play in this whole new Commonwealth, if you ask, re-annealing that they would use in place of Brexit. So as I said, I think it's the last gasp for them, man. I think England's done, man. I don't know what they're going to do, but military moves and warfare for them, I don't think it's going to be a very successful prospect. And the rise of China in the South Pacific and in the Southeast, forget about it. So yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the end of the European powers. We're seeing, in some respects, the end of de facto white supremacy, as many have actually kind of, I hate to say, kind of, prognosticated its end. But that's kind of what we're seeing. And America is holding up as much as they can. And of course, other actors in the area that we have, such as Israel and others, are trying to hold that up. But as far as where England is, Zoe said, and what you said, Mike, that's it, man. I think it's it for them.
You know what it is, Carl, that they need to link the currencies together. If you look at the map, all of these are emerging states, right?
Right.
All of Africa are emerging states. India is an emerging power, superpower on top of that, right? They went to the moon already, and they're actually planning another one later this year. Another trip up there later this year, and they're actually planning a Mars trip in about 10 years from now. Australia is it's a fairly stable economy, and then you count New Zealand and a couple of the other, and plus the Caribbean. The Caribbean, brings a lot of wealth back through tourism. So what I'm saying here is that as the economy starts to weaken, especially if they leave Brexit, they need to realign themselves with those other states, politically and economically, because if they don't, their days are absolutely numbered. But I do believe that there has been some commentary last year about Brexit and how the United States is the one pushing for Brexit, because in the event that the economy collapses after Brexit, that the US would be able to pull the British completely into their sphere of influence and just completely usurp the pound, for that matter. Because as this woman leaves her position and joins her ancestors, her colonialist ancestors, and Prince Charles takes over, there's going to be a restructuring of leadership as well as political outreach.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I totally agree. Like I said, I don't think there's really a lot of great choices. I mean, they're going to have to try to play as sophisticated a game as they can. They know they're going to have to link up and roll with Africa and some of these other states, not as very strong diplomatically, and see if they can really get good business going with them, and try to. I think England, for all practical purposes now, it's forget about the union. It's survival. It's survival of their own now. It's about them trying to survive on their own. So what they may do and what kind of deals they may cut, I think it will be very interesting to see. Because I think once it comes down to survival, their minds will be open to anything.
Yeah.
So,
militarily, they're actually pretty weak. I think there was some commentary from one of the MPs or something like that. One of the foreign, I think it was either the foreign minister or one of the MPs, basically saying that they had to scrap a lot of their navy. Their navy is actually pretty weak. A lot of their ships don't work. They actually sold one of their aircraft carriers to Brazil about a year or so ago.
Costs a lot of money to keep that going, man.
Yeah.
It costs a lot of money to keep these big naval fleet, a big giant air force. This is a lot of pounds. It's a lot of pounds sterling to play.
Yeah.
It's not within their interest to keep a big military now.
Yeah. And what they're trying to do is leverage their Commonwealth states to include those citizens of those states to actually join the military for themselves, right? So it would be basically like a contingency within the Commonwealth itself in the event that they leave NATO, in the event that shit hits the fan, that they would actually call on all of these melanated men to come join their military and go fight for them. I don't think that's going to work out too well for them. I don't see that really happening. All that.
I certainly don't think that's going to happen either. They're going to have to come in on some real, real diplomatic negotiations and really deal from a business perspective and really play it that way. And see if they can get a manufacturing base again in Africa, do certain kind of things. They're going to have to play some games that they have never played really before like this. And they're not going to be playing in a superior, I'm a superior guy role. They're going to have to come in as partners. They're going to bring some partners in and play this. It's about their survival right now. And I think that's where they're at. I think that's where they're at. Nobody can really save them. We, the United States, can't save them. We don't have the money to do it.
And there's no interest either. No one has somebody else's debts and responsibilities. So
that's exactly right. So this is we're looking at an interesting re-annealing of the world. That's why I think to make another point. That's why I think you see some of the angst of some of the white folks here in this country and other places. They sense this. They know that this shit is going away on them, and that's why we're seeing some of what we're seeing. I'll just leave it at that. But anyway, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, let me get to the next article. This one is from Aval News. Turkey plans to send 6,000 Syrian fighters to Libya. Human Rights Monitor. Oh, this is really small. Let me expand this out. Turkey has sent 2,400 of planned 6,000 Syrian rebel fighters to fight for the UN-recognized Libyan government in Tripoli, a Human Rights Monitor from Syria reported. The Tripoli-based government of National Accord, GNA, ranks have already been swelled by the Syrians less than 2 months after it signed a military cooperation deal with Turkey. And a further 1,700 fighters are currently being trained in Turkey, the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said. Turkey is back at the GNA against the eastern-based Libyan National Army, which has gained control of most of the east and south of the country over years of fighting, and last year began an offensive to seize the capital city. The survival of the Tripoli government is of vital importance for Ankara, since the pair have signed a maritime borders deal that boasts Turkey's claim to strategically important areas of the Eastern Mediterranean and potentially lucrative hydrocarbon resources there. November's military cooperation deal paved the way for Turkey to deploy troops to Libya, but the Turkish soldiers will be limited to a training and advisory role. It is the Syrian auxiliaries who are being deployed to join the fray at the front lines, The Guardian reported last week. In exchange, the fighters, most of whom were displaced from their home areas during the 8-year conflict in Syria, received a $2,000 monthly salary paid by Tripoli that dwarfs the pay they earned from the Turkish government when they fought in Syria. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said, "I live in a tent and my salary is 300 liras or $50. That is not even enough for my food." The Monitor quoted one fighter as saying, "So going to Libya, where I will take $2,000, is better than fighting in the East Euphrates." I laugh. I shouldn't laugh at this, but it's hilarious to see how, paid terrorists are complaining about their pay. But the deployment puts them face to face with dangerous opponents from the Libyan National Army, who are backed by Emirati air power, and other military aid from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and reports say Russian mercenaries. 24 Syrian fighters have been killed since deployment to Libya began. The Syrian Human Rights Observatory said, as European officials expressed concerns that the Libya conflict was spiraling toward being a full-blown regional proxy war, GNA Prime Minister Fayez al-Sarraj and Libyan National Army leader Khalifa Haftar attended peace talks in Berlin on Sunday alongside other regional leaders. The talks laid the groundwork for a deal that would turn a temporary ceasefire agreement into a permanent truce, German Chancellor Angela Merkel said after the conference. So, we talk about Libya, but we don't really talk about some of the important factors. A lot of the melanated people that Gaddafi gave land to, the Tuaregs, who basically, Gaddafi was the only Arab leader to apologize for slavery and give reparations. It's important that people understand this, and that he gave land and resources to the Tuaregs, and they were actually, after Gaddafi was overthrown, they were actually slaughtered by terrorists, close to 100,000 of them. And it's unfortunate that Black people don't know this information, because Gaddafi was a big fan of African Americans, to my understanding, as well as his dealings with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And so what's happening here is that Turkey wants to take these terrorists.
He gave him $1 billion. All right, anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
5 billion.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Yep. Turkey wants to take these terrorists from Syria and drop them off in Libya to put up a fight for the resources that's in the Mediterranean. I think this is, I think Erdogan is one step away for being tried at the ICC. There's a lot of, terrorist activity that his name is attached to. He could very well end up by the end of the decade being the next Bush, where he can't fly out of his country and attend any sort of meetings anywhere or anything like that. He can't do any speeches, anything like that, lectures, anything like that. So his name is very, very much soiled. Libya is the last holdout for him. A lot of people have speculated that maybe, he wants to resurrect the Ottoman Empire. This is not the way to do it. Maybe an economic Ottoman Empire, but not a military Ottoman Empire. I don't know how long this is going to last for, because if you have Russia and Saudi Arabia backing up the opposition of Khalifa Haftar, and the Emiratis as well, that becomes a problem.
And another thing too that that kind of worries me about this whole thing is, when you look at the instability that spread to the Sahel region in Africa, the domino that led to much of the chaos that you see in Burkina Faso and northern Nigeria and Niger and Mali, it all started in Libya, because once Libya descended into chaos, all the weapons that were in the former Libyan militaries, armories, they just went to the hands of the jihadists that were in the Sahel region. And
via it's important people understand it, because it's a good point that you're bringing up. Ambassador Chris Stevens.
Yep.
Gunrunner.
Yep, gunrunner. And so what I'm worried about this whole Turkey thing is Turkey's taking these these Syrian jihadist fighters who are battle hardened. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Jabhat al-Nusra. We're talking about Anwar al-Sham. We're talking about all these hardcore Sunni Islamic groups, and if you put them in Libya, I mean, Libya is a state that's in complete chaos. If they link up with the jihadists in the Sahel region, I mean, long term, this is devastating for the African countries in the Sahel. I mean, one of the biggest fears that even the Europeans fear it is if there's a caliphate in the Sahel stretching from Mali all the way to Sudan, because that whole region is just ungoverned space. So what Turkey is doing right here is very worrying, because if the fighting ever stops in Libya, if it ever stops, those jihadists are going to go to neighboring countries and they're going to start their bullshit. And if they all link up, if all those jihadist groups, Boko Haram and Al Qaeda in the Maghreb, and then you have Al Qaeda in Somalia, if they all link up, man, that would be devastating. So I hope the African countries have a contingency plan just in case that happens, because what Turkey is doing, just like you said, is not creating an Ottoman Empire. They're just doing something in the short term. They see all these Syrian rebels in their border, and they're fearful that they're going to turn their guns against them, against Turkey. So they're just going to ship them off to Libya, and they don't care what happens. If they just hope they get killed, but they don't know what it's going to do to the continent of Africa. So that's what worries me highly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Libya has, Libya had the highest standing of living on the continent when Gaddafi was alive, and a lot of people don't know that. There was free healthcare, free everything. I mean, it was no different than living in one of the lower 48 states within the United States. They basically operated better in some instances. If you look at Mississippi or even Louisiana, for that matter, you would see that Libya actually rivals, in the capital, they actually rival a lot of southern states in the United States.
Libya had some of the best medical care and education and so forth on the continent. Only one who they thought might have been better was South Africa. They were the fastest rising country, which they believed they would have taken over South Africa, quite frankly. Mm-hmm. Quality of living was middle class living was equal there than almost any place in the world on earth, and it was a modern, peaceful country. People didn't want to tell you just how well the country was run. They got torn out the frame by these savages. Mm-hmm. But I have to say, a lot of the people in the African Union didn't come and fight. They should have come. They should have made a presence there. I understand people were afraid. They were worried about America, but now that fight, we should have held our ground there. Totally eliminated the French, closed them out forever, and then make America and the rest of the other forces that may not have the best interest of the continent have to sit down and kind of cut some deals, to do some business differently. All right, eliminate any what's left of that colonial craziness. What are the frogs still doing alive? The French should be finished. They shouldn't be around. You should, that should be over. So the Francophone countries should be totally, running on their own, and Africa should be, an independent continent, independent countries, and not have to be concerned about any colonial influences. Africa should have, the African nation should have gone into Libya and fought. They should have done that. It'd have made a mess of a lot of things, and then it'd have been very difficult for America in the United States and its rapacious interests to prevail there. It would have been very difficult. So, it was a lost opportunity. I don't know what that's going to mean further on down the road, but if the Africans are seeing that now, maybe if something like that comes up again, they'll be better prepared for the next time around. Because I do think there's going to be a fight. And once that next fight is done, then the nation then the continent can move properly.
Yeah. All right, let me get to this next one from Face to Face Africa. Africa should have fought foreign powers in Libya. Uganda's Museveni regrets inaction. It's not the first time I've heard this. Uganda's president, Yoweri Museveni, has spoken about what he believes was the indecisiveness on the part of the rest of the continent when foreigners invaded Muammar al-Gaddafi's Libya in 2011. On the sidelines of the UK-Africa summit in London, Museveni spoke to the BBC, where he also regretted Africa's inaction after violence broke out in North African country in 2010. We should have intervened. We tried diplomatically, but we could have intervened even militarily. Africa should have intervened and taught those attackers, a lesson. Libya was an African country being attacked by foreign powers. This was the first failure. Who are these people to come and discuss about Libya, Africa? I was told that Africa was not even invited. The president of Congo was invited later on, said Museveni. He added, Africa failed to protect Libya because it was like a surprise attack. I did not believe that anybody could be so stupid to attack an African country that way. We were not prepared, and we have not had time to, because we have been scattered, but the potential is there. If Africa wants to chase the invaders, we can chase them. We defeated the Portuguese, the Boers, who were backed all by all sorts of foreigners. President Museveni also explained that although he believed Gaddafi had his own issues, the way to deal with him was never to leave him at the mercy of NATO allies. Libya is currently being governed by the UN-backed government of National Accord in Tripoli. I can't say I disagree with this brother. I can't say I disagree with him. I think he's onto something.
He's dead on it. He's dead on it. As I said, we already said what we think NATO's all about. NATO is not, NATO is just another arm of the United States military. Nah, man, nah. He's dead on it about that. Absolutely. Fuck NATO. In a lot of respects. I question even validity for survival. I don't think good state.
Your mic is breaking up a lot.
Was even that legitimate. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think NATO's that legitimate, to be quite frank.
No. People don't realize, the collateral damage that comes from invading Libya. Some people in the chat are saying, well, Libya is an Arab state, and therefore, why does it matter to Black people? Well, let's explain this. The fallout of that led to thousands of Black people being slaughtered. No different than what happened in other conflicts around the world. And the reason why Gaddafi was so important, an integral part to the African Union, was because he kept the terrorism down. He suppressed everything in North Africa and in Central Africa. He kept the terrorists pinned down. He told Obama that if I let these terrorists out of jail and out of suppression, that they're going to come back and kill everything, basically. That they're going to run amok all over Africa and the Middle East. And everything that he said came to fruition. You have the conflict in Syria. You have the conflict in all of Central Africa. Even the French are getting their asses handed to them right now. The French are talking about pulling out. The United States, we just covered this last week. The United States talking about we're getting out of Africa. Getting out of here, man. Nothing for us. No sense of being around here. And so people want to talk about the continent, man, and don't have a full understanding of the geopolitical element to this in melanated people as to why if you don't do something about Libya, like this brother is saying right here of Uganda, then yeah, it's going to spill over into your country too.
I mean, just what I explained a couple minutes ago, Libya collapsed, and then now you have that, that spillover effect of the chaos that's from Libya spreading to neighboring African countries. And this is destabilizing the continent. This is not helping the continent in the long run. I mean, NATO knew what they were doing by getting rid of Gaddafi. And, they were saying, human rights violation, democracy, and all that other bullshit. But, they got rid of him because, one, he had big plans for an African currency. And then number two, they knew that once they got rid of him, the country would never recover again. It would be in total chaos. And then the spillover effect would go to the African countries, because that's what they do. They want to destabilize the continent. They want to destabilize, melanated countries. So these countries can never move forward. I mean, I'm glad this brother, this brother from Uganda realized that, Africa should have just united to fight foreign powers in Libya.
They had the military power to do it. They had all of it. They had all the military power to do it.
If they came in and put 150,000 troops on the ground, all right, from a united African force, 150,000, it would have been lights out, game fucking over. As I sat down, I thought about it. I said, maybe these guys were afraid of the American military force, but I said, shit, they could have put more people on the ground and hit that area faster than anybody else. So they could have done that.
They had South Africa has the best air force in the country. They had those Swedish fighters, those Saab Gripens.
The Gripens. And the Gripens are legit as a motherfucker.
Yeah, they can match up with anything that the West has to offer.
Supersonic jet fighters. I mean, they can come in there, deliver ordnance from a very far distance, and then come in. They could low range bomb. They could do a lot of things with it. They could create a lot of problems, a lot of trouble.
And, this brother said in the article that let me go back and find it. He said we were not prepared and we have not had the time because we have been scattered. Jacob Zuma, let me pull up the article because Jacob Zuma said the same thing about 8 years ago. If I can pull it up. Because people in the chat, man, need to get on the panel and come get some of this smoke. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is right here. All right, let me share my This is not the exact RT interview I was looking for, but he said this in an RT article, in the RT interview, that the same thing that Uganda's president is saying. He said the same thing about 7 to 8 years ago, that when he had his plane, his presidential plane en route to Libya, the day of the bombing, they closed off the airspace and made him turn his presidential plane around. So they had already planned this stuff behind the backs of everyone else. Okay. And people want to say, oh, well, Gaddafi had, he hated black people. Arabs hate black people. Why are Libyans selling black people into slavery? Libya is a complicated country. It's very complicated. There's about 8 to 10 or 12 different tribes in there. So what you're seeing is not exactly what you think is happening. Right? There's a lot of more intricate details that are going on that on the ground that you don't really understand. So one tribe might be trying to be involved in human trafficking, but that doesn't make up all of the country is involved in human trafficking. But
that's exactly correct, Mike. And I also speak to the fact that once Gaddafi was when he was unseated, all the crazy stuff that was going on that they would not do while he was around kind of came about. Then you get anarchy. But as a leader, these guys weren't over here killing black people at large levels and everything else like that. That shit wasn't going on. No. All right, when Gaddafi was in leadership, if you did, your head came off. If you tried some crazy shit, you were in front of a tribunal and a firing squad. And next, okay, who wants some of this real ass smoke? That was it. That was the end of it. Nobody else was running. Nobody was running eccentric like that. So I mean, you have to understand. Just we want to make that point. Make that point at least. All right. Okay. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
No, I was just making the point. You're actually making a good point, but I'm just making the point that the idea that all Arabs are selling black people into slavery is a misnomer, man. It's grossly misinterpreting what's happening on the ground. It's 1 or 2 tribes that's actually involved in human trafficking. If you've been paying attention to the news on Libya, you see that Khalifa Haftar had to pay off different tribes recently just to get them on his side. So not everybody's on the same page like you think they are. It doesn't work that way. He has a military backing behind him. So you see, it's a lot more.
Great point.
There's a lot more things going on the ground that you're not really fully versed in. I'm not fully versed in it, but based on the coverage that we have been doing the last couple of years, doesn't point to anything that that some of these comments are being made about Libya. And the reason why you need to make it stable is because if Libya is unstable, then everything else is going to come unstable too. It's like playing Jenga with the continent, man. If you take one of the blocks down from a position, everything else will come crashing down too.
Great points. Great point.
Yeah, but you know, people will sit up here and say, "Well, Gaddafi, man, you know, the Arabs this and this and that." Well, as a black man, I have no allies. Okay, if you don't have any allies, who are your allies? If you have no allies on the continent, who are your allies then?
Well, it would require for people to have an understanding of what's going on in the country. Most of these guys don't have that information, so they're making these general points that they hear, and you know, and they're talking this YouTube stuff, but they haven't gone into any in delving into any depth as to what's going on the ground in other places. That's kind of where we come in and help them think a little clearer, help them get their mind right a little bit better. You know, sometimes getting your mind right means you got to do a little work.
Yeah, if there's actually a person on YouTube, man, I follow. I forget his name right now, but he does military analysis. He's a former military person himself. I think he served in not Serbia. I forget where he served, but basically, he has excellent analysis on military engagement and talked about how weak NATO is. NATO is actually fairly weak because they have a lot of technology, but they rely on the technology because they don't actually have the cojones to actually take anybody on head to head. They have to take on weaker powers. That's the only way they can fight. And so going up against Russia, like what Russia did in Georgia in 2008, is scary to them that Russia could take Georgia in 72 hours. Took all of it. No internet, no broadcast communication, no telephone to pick up and call George Bush. And Russia took all of that in less than 72 hours. You know, their tanks were all, by the time Sarkozy was picking up the phone to call the United States, to call NATO for help, Russian battle tanks were already across in their country. Very scary stuff.
Well, it's based on, you know, NATO's you know, doctrine. It's that doctrine. I forgot what it's called. It's like, I think it's full spectrum dominance, which is basically, you know, the way you beat an opponent is just using overwhelming air power and naval power, bombard them, and then you just send in the ground troops, and then boom. I mean, that was the whole point of shock and awe. You know, it's like, oh, we're just gonna just bomb the shit out of this place, and then we're gonna move in our ground troops, and hopefully there'll be light resistance in the ground. And what and hence why the United States is still stuck in Afghanistan is that, you know, you do all that, it doesn't work when you're fighting against an enemy who's very determined, who the terrain favors them. Shock and awe doesn't work on guerrilla warfare. It also doesn't work against an enemy that uses asymmetrical warfare like Iran. And then when you look at, you know, Russia has invested a lot on, you know, air defense systems, you know, anti-air defense systems, and you see China doing the same thing because they see that the West doctrine is over reliance on air and naval power. That's why you have China developing these ballistic missiles to blow up, you know, to take out aircraft carriers, and you see Russia developing the S-500, which would basically knock down F-35s, F-22. So in a way, the United States and, you know, and Western powers, this full spectrum dominance works better on weaker countries. However, when it comes to an opponent that, you know, that they face on their own size, it you know, it goes horribly wrong, which is why a lot with the whole Iran thing, a lot of guys in the Pentagon don't want war with Iran. I mean, Millennial Challenge 2002 highlighted what would happen, and it was a disaster if there's a war with Iran. So yeah.
You know, people are saying that, things about Gaddafi, but Gaddafi was actually a Pan-Africanist. You know, he wanted to link up Chavez to create SATO, which is the South Atlantic Treaty Organization, which is a response to NATO. That's the way these guys were thinking 10, 15, 20 years ago. And so because of that, it's important for people to understand, what this really means as a whole. he called Obama a son of Africa. We got to do business with him. He put his trust behind him, and that eventually led to his decapitation, his assassination.
In a way, I mean, I know you know, life is just you look at life, damn, damn, you did, Gaddafi should have done this or Gaddafi should have done that. But one thing he should have never done was give up his, nuclear program. Because I think Libya was in the early stages of developing a nuclear, a nuclear power program, and
They had the same. They had all the pieces and fundamental things together. It was no different than North Korea's.
that was a grave mistake. Because if he developed a nuclear program, he still would have been empowered. There would have been none of this, bullshit. So hopefully that's a lesson for other, African countries or future African leaders. You got to develop nuclear power first, man.
Yeah, when they were able to beg him off of that, and then he ended up he ended up capitulating. That left him open to get taken out. And I think that is a lesson to anyone else. If you are developing your nuclear programs, get it done. Don't stop, because that is nukes are political weapons, but they can be the threat of that is that it can be potentially used.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll keep people from jumping bad too quickly, and that was a problem. NATO, Libya made a critical error in that. They made a critical error there. Critical.
That actually gives justification to North Korea and Iran. Don't stop developing. Because you can't trust these people. They sign things on paper, and next thing you know, you got Hellfire missiles being dropped on your head.
Pretty much. That's the thing. You sign these agreements, but you don't know what's going to happen.
That is a fact.
15, 20 years down the line, shit could happen. Having nukes gives you power. It gives you a lot of political power, just as Nagon said. And I think Gaddafi, that was a grave mistake, and that was the beginning of his downfall. Because if he had nukes, shit would have been totally different. It would have been totally. He would have much more leverage. Africa would be in a much better position, because if he had nuclear power, if Libya had nuclear power, it was likely he would share that, that technology and that, knowledge to other African countries. I mean, there's other African.
I think they already had it though. So I think they already had it. It's just a matter of them actually getting the material to put it together, right? Because you can the stuff is already available on the black market, right? The documents and all that stuff is already available. Crude as it may be, a nuclear weapon is a nuclear weapon. I don't care if you only have a tablespoon of fissile material or you have a bucket of it. It's still a weapon, man. All you need is one.
And the thing is, if your country is being invaded, I mean, you can just wipe off 100,000 troops in basically with one missile. I mean, that's the whole point that Israel developed their nuclear program, was that they knew it wouldn't be sustainable fighting their neighbors. So it was like, all right, we developed these nuclear weapons, and if anyone tries to, if all the Arab countries or the Muslim countries try to invade them, even if there's like 500,000 or 1 million of them marching into Israel, they can just fire one nuke and wipe them all out. So nuclear power is a very, very important tool to have, and it prevents it makes countries think, okay, second guess what they're going to do. I mean, look at North Korea. The United States really can't do anything to North Korea, because North Korea already has enough nuclear weapons that they're just like, the United States is okay, it's not.
We don't know how many they actually have, right? We don't know if they have one working or 2 or 3 working. Most of their rockets, delivery vehicles, have been failures, but the fact that they can probably miniaturize one onto, let's say, a short-range ballistic missile, that's still a problem, because they can hit Okinawa with it. And it doesn't necessarily have to hit anything. It just needs to detonate, and that's it. That causes the fallout. So we know that South Africa got a lot of help under apartheid from that other colonial state to develop it. They were one step away from actually putting it together. So, but I'm showing my screen because I want people to understand this person right here, high-ranking U.S. military, Paul Van Viper. came out of the Marines in Vietnam and actually led the first Gulf War. And he did a simulation about NATO, United States, going against Iran back in 2001. And the tabletop exercise that was set up pointed to the US and NATO going against an adversary of Iran. The outcome was that the United States lost and took major casualties within 72 hours. Within 20 hours, they took 20,000 casualties, and within 72 hours, they took at least 36,000. So, and this is conventional warfare. This is not, nuclear weapons. This is conventional warfare. He said the United States was, the US and NATO would fail at taking Iran or potentially even going against Russia. So the idea that, NATO would just walk in and Africans would be, on their, on the back foot, running for cover. That's not the case, man. That's not the case. Not according to Paul Van Viper. Okay, this brother, or this person, I should say, has done the tabletop exercise twice and said all outcomes point to a failed campaign, that they will lose.
I mean, this war game was so bad. Like and the thing is that the Pentagon, instead of using this exercise to basically, have lessons learned from it, no, they tried to, cheat their way. So I think they did the exercise again to somehow make, the United States win. But then even when the United States did win, those still high casualties. It's crazy. And it goes to show that over reliance on technology I can't say could be, would be the downfall of the United States. That's the whole reason why no one in the Pentagon wants to go to war with Iran, because they know, they're like, when that whole shit was happening earlier this month, a lot of people in the Pentagon were like shitting bricks. So it was like, yo, we could lose thousands, like tens of thousands, like just like what you said, like 30,000 troops dead within 72 hours. I mean, the political shock, the shock that would happen to American society would have been too much.
They would bombard the Fifth Fleet with so much artillery. You would have to take some kind of casualties. There's no way you're going to run from that. With all the air defense systems, I know you have CIWS, close-in weapon systems to shoot down mortars. When you have 1,000 missiles coming on top of your head and a barrage of mortar fire across the water, because they do have howitzers themselves, that's a problem, man. Somebody's going to get hit.
And also, this was back in 2001. So drone technology was not developed. The Iranians have a whole bunch of drones. I mean, look what they did to Saudi Arabia. So, I mean,
he used conventional warfare, meaning the United States had the technological advantage, but they didn't have the willpower to fight, right? Your soldiers did not have the willpower, is what he's saying. And that the adversary would have who has the willpower and they're not afraid to die. You have a big problem on your hands, because your soldiers are trying to duck for cover because they don't want to die. These guys are willing to die. You can't fight a war like that.
You can, and that's the whole thing. That's what gives the Iranians an advantage. I mean, because I remember, you read comments online saying, "Oh, the Iranian military is outdated and or whatever." They still have I think F-13s. I'm not too sure. The old jets from the Shah's era that they bought from the United States. But it's like Iran developed their asymmetrical warfare capabilities to the point that not only they would do that, like they would fire, ballistic missiles and, and rockets and howitzers to U.S. military bases all throughout the Middle East, but they have their proxies, and then on top of that, they have capabilities to knock out the Gulf countries, oil infrastructure, electrical grid, water infrastructure. It would have been an epic disaster. Everyone knows this, and the United States military, those who are on top, they do know that the country cannot fight a real war against a real adversary. I mean, they're struggling against the Taliban. for 20 years and they still can't defeat the Taliban. So,
well, because they can't. The thing is, the Taliban. The more they kill the Taliban, the more bigger they become, right? People joining them by, you kill one, about 10 more join them. So that's why they can't really get rid of them. So they have no other choice but to form a political agreement with them, to establish relations. But this is the problem, Americans and mostly the West think that everyone is beneath them. Not saying that the U.S. military is weak. I'm saying you should not underestimate a group of people who are willing to die for this. The French, Napoleon walked into Haiti and thought that this was going to be an easy victory. He found out the hard way.
Yeah, pretty much, man. I mean, history has shown that over and over again. You may have the superior military, but if you fight against a determined foe, it's who has the will to fight that typically wins. And I'm seeing comments on the chat, saying that Iran's not that competent, but it's like there's if Iran was really that competent, the United States would have bombed Iran way back in 2003, way back in 2005 when the nuclear program was up and running. Ahmadinejad was saying was president, but they didn't because it wasn't worth the risk. It's not worth the risk because you enter a war with Iran, you don't know how's it going to end. That's what everyone says. They're like, okay, you bomb them, but then what happens next? You don't know how it'll end, and it could end potentially real bad. And Millennium Challenge 2002, people should read into it. It was basically a simulation on the war of a war against Iran. And since then, they have not done any war games of a war against Iran because nobody in the Pentagon wants that. They don't want that. They do not want that at all. Only the hardcore neocons want it. But the ones who are going to do the fighting, they know it will be a shit show.
This is the highest ranking official who ran this tabletop exercise and said that the U.S. would lose. I don't know what else to say at this point. People can say what they want. You can say, the Iranians are weak. Africa is a weak continent. They're docile. That might have been true 20 years ago, but now is a different story, man. Most of them have a lot of Russian military hardware on the table. I don't care who makes a Kalashnikov. A Kalashnikov hurts, man. You get hit with an AK round, that shit hurts. All right, let me jump to this next item on the docket. And then we'll close it out. Nationalinterest.org. The Turkish-Qatari access challenges Washington. I'm not going to read this whole thing. Sectarian violence has spread across the Middle East with Sunni and Shia populations engulfed by the bloodletting. But to make matters worse, the Sunni world has recently cleaved into two competing axes, pitting a new Turkish-Qatari alliance against a bloc by Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. Across the region, from Iraq to Libya, those opposing Sunni factions are now contesting each other's influence, adding another layer of complexity to an already volatile region, as these axes now seek to project their power and influence while diminishing that of their rivals. The stability of the region could become collateral damage in this battle for primacy. Turkey's cross-border operation into northeast Syria in October 2019 is the latest example of how these bitter rivalries play out. Qatar was one of the few actors alongside Hamas and Pakistan that supported the internationally condemned campaign. Similarly, when Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Egypt, and the UAE severed diplomatic ties with Qatar, enacting a land, sea, and air blockade in June 2017, Turkey offered a lifeline, sending cargo planes with food and other goods, while Both Turkey and Qatar are ostensibly U.S. allies and host key American bases. They are now working in tandem to promote a destabilizing Islamist agenda across the Middle East. As we show in our recent report, Brothers in Arms, the consolidation of the Turkey-Qatar axis, Turkey-Qatari diplomatic relations picked up steam after Turkish strongman Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Islamist-rooted Justice and Development Party, AKP, came to power in 2002. Turkey's humanitarian assistance at the onset of the 2017 blockade was just the most visible sign of strategic convergence that had been brewing for years, shaped by a shared affinity for Islamism or Islam that influences their regional engagement. Islamism, particularly the ideology of the Muslim Brotherhood, is the heart of the Turkish-Qatari axis. Erdogan's AKP has a long history with the Brotherhood, openly embracing the group after consolidating his rule within Turkey. Within Qatar, the Brotherhood has no room to operate, but Doha energetically promotes the organization's ideology and interests abroad. Together, Turkey and Qatar have become permissive jurisdictions for a whole host of Islamist groups, prompting the U.S. Treasury to sanction Turkey and Qatar-based individuals and entities for aiding and abetting Hamas, the Islamic State, and Al-Qaeda, among others. The list of welcome and sheltered Islamists includes luminaries such as Yusuf al-Qaradawi, an exiled Muslim Brotherhood cleric who encouraged suicide attacks against American servicemen in Iraq, Khalid Mashal, a leader of Hamas, the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, Salah al-Arari, commander of Hamas military wing, who planned the kidnapping and murder of 3 Israeli teenagers in 2014, and Wagdi al-Hamid, Mohammed Ghanim, an extremist preacher who dubbed the campaign against the Islamic State a crusader operation. Turkey and Qatar have also provided tag team safe havens for terror financiers, often in glaring violation of US and UN sanctions. When one country comes under pressure to expel someone, the other takes them in. A pattern seen repeatedly when Michel, a longtime resident of Doha, was briefly forced to leave Qatar in 2012. He made his way to Turkey. Michel went back to Qatar in 2015 and was spotted at prayers next to Qaradawi in 2017. When Turkey came under pressure for hosting Harari after he had been living there for 5 years, he relocated to Qatar. I'm not going to read this whole thing. I'm just going to read a couple more lines. The Qatari partnership is growing across a wide array of fields, including defense cooperation, military ties, media, energy, and banking. Turkey set up a military base in Qatar in 2015, providing the tiny emirate of some 300,000 odd civilian citizens a vital deterrent against a blockade led by Saudi Arabia and UAE. Qatar, meanwhile, rushed to Turkey's aid when the lira suffered a crisis in August of 2018. Doha provided an aid package that included a mix of economic projects, currency deposits, and investments, plus a $3 billion currency swap to shore up the lira, which Qatar then boosted to $5 billion last month. Interesting. Qatari companies have also made several forays into the Turkish market. In 2018, BMC, a Turkish Qatari vehicle producer, won the right to operate Turkey's national tank factory for 25 years. The Qatari government owns 49.9% of BMC. In 2008, a little-known Qatari company working with a firm tied to Erdogan's acquired Turkey's second largest media group for $1.1 billion, while Qatar BN Group acquired Turkey's largest satellite television provider in 2015. Wow. this is interesting because Qatar, as a small state as it is, does have a considerable amount of financial leverage, economic leverage that they can use to their advantage. Turkey, a country that's in need of desperate revenue because of the crash of the lira, has made themselves very vulnerable by doing things like this without shoring up these relations first. And so, what does this mean for Turkey? They're playing around in Libya, they're playing around in Somalia, they're playing around in Tunisia. I don't know. I think Turkey is overextending their reach right now, but this Turkey Qatari access actually makes some sense. When you take into consideration what this can actually do is if Turkey keeps trying to occupy Syria, what this would eventually do is it'll push Syria into the arms of the Arab League, meaning that Saudi Arabia and the UAE will play into this and actually come and assist Syria with the rebuilding of it and actually kick or force at least them to kick Turkey out of Syria, out of northern Syria. We'll see how this plays out. A Syria Saudi Arabia alliance against a Turkey Qatari alliance could actually prove very very interesting because Russia would have to mediate the whole entire thing.
Yeah, that's the this article really spoke well about the whole Turkey Qatar access, which is basically the Muslim Brotherhood access against the royalists. It kind of reminds me of like old Europe when you had one side that Germany was was very was very monarchist, and then the other side you had France was like the revolutionary government or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And what Turkey and Qatar are, they're supporting the Muslim Brotherhood, which calls for the overthrow of all the Arab uh, 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 monarchies. They the Muslim Brotherhood, the ultimate end goal is basically for all it is for all the the Muslim countries to unite as one to recreate the old caliphate from Muhammad's from the old Islamic empire. So the Arab monarchies don't want that because they see the Muslim Brotherhood as a threat, and that's why you have this tension that hasn't exploded yet. And like you said, Mike, Syria might go to the side of the Arab League, but then you have the whole Iran thing. Like, who is Iran gonna go with? From what I've seen, Iran is leaning towards more to Qatar and Turkey because they see this as a way to divide the Sunnis. And yeah, man, this is very, very interesting. But I've always said this. I've said that if Turkey and Iran form an axis, is game over for the Gulf states, unless Israel somehow gets involved. And then Russia, I don't know. Russia will more than likely, uh, I guess Russia will go with what serves their best interest. I mean, I don't think Russia wants to get involved with this, Islamic spat, but they're going to have to like choose a side very, very soon. But I think Russia would probably stay on the side of Iran if that were to happen. But it's very interesting. It's very interesting. It's very complicated. It complicates everything. I mean, you see this in Syria with this issue arise. I remember in the height of the Syrian civil war, you had Turkey, Qatar support one group of rebels, and then Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and UAE supported another group of rebels, and these rebels would fight each other. I mean, in Yemen, you see the same issue. Libya, obviously, it's very it's very interesting, and it's probably going to get even worse because Turkey is feeling themselves. They're feeling themselves right now. They got the Qatari money, so
And they got the S-400 missile system in place, so now they don't have to worry about an oncoming attack.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, and Turkey, they can withstand a pretty decent battle. I'm kind of looking at Russia. Russia has a Muslim issue as well with the Chechens, as we all know. That's been going on for a very long time. They've kind of settled that out. So they do have their Islamic issues there. I mean, Russia's a huge country. People don't realize just how huge this place. It's a huge place. with many disparate folks that are there. But I think that they will line up on the side of Iran. Iran is Shia. They tend to be more of a more from the Shia angle. They do have some minorities certainly in that country, but they primarily are that. So they're going to line up more along those lines. The way I see it, and the way I think many others might possibly see it as well. But the role that Turkey is going to play, I think, is going to be a pivotal one, and I think they will line up along the lines potentially of Iran if they're getting squeezed. Now they're supposed to be a NATO state. They're supposed to be down with NATO and the whole deal, and we all know just how we've seen that whole thing work out, where we've seen NATO countries actually fight one another, and us sit back and say nothing. So I don't know if that's really going to mean anything as far as anybody saying that's going to hold them to one side or the other. But as you said, there are a lot of real interesting moving pieces going on in here, and it's a little difficult to line up with where this might be. I tend to always, try to keep things lined down to where the money is or to where the resources will be, and I think that's where this thing is going to end up lining up at the end of the day. Where's the resource? Where's the water? Where's the oil? Who's got kind of control of that, and who's got access to that? I think is going to kind of line up a lot of the alliances. That's what I see as geopolitically as well.
Well, let's take this into consideration, the recent event of assassination of Soleimani. Why was Soleimani inside Iraq? To mend the ties.
Why was he sided?
He was in Iraq to mend
the ties. Well, they're saying that he was. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Right.
And that's Iran. That's Iran
right.
in there.
Right, to mend the ties between Iran, Syria, and Saudi Arabia. Who gave the intelligence to Secretary of State? Everything points back to.
It could have easily been.
Yeah, you're going your mic.
That could have been the Mossad.
Yeah, it is Mossad. It was Mossad. It was Mossad. So
yeah.
We know that now that the reason why Soleimani was in Iraq was to mend ties, to actually create peace agreements between Saudi Arabia and Iran, as well as UAE. We know that there was a Iranian official back in November who went to the UAE to actually make peace agreements there on maritime travel within the Persian Gulf. So whether they go with Turkey or they go with Qatar, I don't think that's going to matter. I think what they were making an attempt to do was to actually, to bring some stability to the table, because you can't do business when everybody got guns pointed at them. It's kind of impossible, man. Everybody got a gun pointed at each other's heads. Cooler heads should prevail, right?
Yeah. It's definitely within their interest to bring down a lot of the aggression and kind of settle things out. I understand why they, to kill Soleimani, that would keep things boiling and roiling in the area, and leave people from really wanting to make a settlement type of, or making any kind of deal. So I certainly understand, the dynamics that are going on. It's just there's a lot there. Yeah, keep the area cool, but as long as the United States doesn't want it cool, we don't want it cool. Israel certainly wants things, in a tizzy. Where Saudi Arabia lines up, they should want to cool things out with the whole situation, what's going on there in Yemen and all that all the issues that they're having. They should want to cool things out as well, because that could be. This could really be a real problem for the royal family. This could topple these guys if this thing continues on. So, difficult to say.
Yeah, I mean, you missed the article. Go ahead, finish.
No. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that you missed the article earlier on the opening of the live stream, that Mohammed bin Salman is accused of actually hacking Jeff Bezos' phone to exploit him. Can you imagine this?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
Yo, I read that. I read that. I was like, what the hell? I mean, that was the most random story I ever heard. I swear to God, the news is like a Dave Chappelle skit. I mean, like, damn, like, what the hell is the prince of Saudi Arabia hacking the phone of Jeff Bezos, taunting him about his infidelity? I don't know.
Because they're saying that the Washington Post ran critical articles against the kingdom. That's what
Yes, kingdom. Yeah.
Phones, Washington Post, they hacked his phone. I'm saying, from a cybersecurity perspective, why is Jeff Bezos on WhatsApp? Well, I mean, was he on Tinder too? Like, because it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why is he on WhatsApp talking to the prince? If that's the way they work out deals, man, it brings to question, a lot of the integrity of people who are watching over them from a security standpoint. Yeah. I would, even when we protect, CEOs, man, from a cybersecurity standpoint, they have all types of private levels of communication. That stuff doesn't leak out like that.
Yeah.
Unless it was Mossad who gave the Saudis that information. But then again, Jeff Bezos is a big Zion. I don't know.
No. If we put it to consideration, the action that they said happened, that he was on WhatsApp, and WhatsApp did have a vulnerability in it. Remember?
Yeah. Well, WhatsApp can be hacked. It's been hacked.
Right.
The Israelis hacked it.
Israelis hacked it.
Yeah.
So you're not that far off, Zoe. But they said that MBS sent this guy a video. And the video was full of malware, and the malware exploited the phone, in which exploited his contacts, which then led to a cascading of other issues of being exposed for infidelity with Mackenzie Bezos.
Oh, okay, damn.
Right?
Damn, that's crazy, and I guess the Saudis wanted payback, I guess, for the Washington Post, because I remember the Washington Post did write articles, critiquing the whole I forgot the dude's name, who Khashoggi's and brutal murder, and I guess the Saudi, and not to get off topic, I'm just like wondering, like, these Saudis, like, they take things to heart. I mean, like, damn, it's one.
Well, hold on a second. They're trying to maintain their kingdom. They know a lot of this bad press and this stuff getting out on them. The royal family and all that, that's a problem. Mm-hmm. They don't want that. They don't want any real negative press out, because, see, there's a lot of hardcore rumblings going on of unrest in Saudi Arabia. There's problems.
Yeah.
And there are also issues within the royal fammy.
Yeah, they had all the princes assassinated, all the what's the name, Nagone? What's the term that you use for these guys?
The whom now?
In Saudi Arabia, the princes and the other kings and whatnot within Saudi Arabia. There's a term that they use for them. The other members of the monarchy that tried to get away. Back a couple of years ago, they had these people killed. One of them got shot out of a helicopter. I mean, imagine that.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. But they were trying to say, like, he died in a helicopter crash in Yemen, but that was bullshit.
A surface-to-air missile took his ass out.
Yeah. And that's been a big issue. And see, a lot of this got exposed underneath the 9/11 piece with Bin Laden, and one half was on one side, the other was on the other, and the shit
17 of the 19 hijackers were from Saudi Arabia.
Exactly, and Prince Bandar was up in here scratching his head and scratching his ass, saying, "I don't know what happened."
Seriously passive.
And everybody knew what was going on, and they got a lot of issues. They got a lot of issues in the royal family. That's still rumbling. They want to coup that. There's an internal run up in there. Mm-hmm. So all the bad press that comes out for them is a problem. And you see what they're doing. Just like you said, they took that journalist and just tore him out the frame. He walked in and came out in boxes and bags.
Literally, going.
No, they literally tore him out the frame. I mean, he came in one way and he left in boxes, in bags. What the fuck? I mean, that's how
they had some guy put on some makeup and a wig and some weave and a lace front and try to walk out of there like it was really him.
Like it was him. Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, That's how ill that shit got. I mean, so they've got a lot of problems there in Saudi Arabia. Nobody is talking about it. Nobody really wants to know. And Saudi Arabia is real quiet. They've been Saud family. They're real quiet about, they don't want things getting out. But there's issues. There's issues there right now. And I'm just saying that monarchy that's there right now. I think it's a bit unstable. That's what I believe.
Yeah, I just find that to be interesting, man. That the CEO of an online bookstore is sending out dick pics to everybody in the Saudis got him. Who's a real educated lame? Anyways, anyways. Hey, what's going on, man? Why is TD Hip Hop Media being banned, man? Unhide that guy. Yeah. The hell?
Who hit?
David Monroe, loose with the two lead out here, man. Chill out.
David Monroe, man, we tooled you up, man. Don't kill it. Don't be a killer. Don't be a killer with it, man. Be easy, bro.
I gotta be careful giving you a loaded shotgun, man.
Loaded shotgun, man.
Keep your eye out, man. Like the little boy
Keep quick on the trigger, man. Quick on the trigger.
All right, let me get the last one. The Aviation Geek Club. Here's why a theoretical S-400 deployment to Cuba would not pose a credible threat to U.S. combat planes. The S-400 Triumph is a mobile surface-to-air missile system designed by Russia. It is capable of engaging aircraft, UAVs, cruise missiles, and has a terminal ballistic missile defense capability. It represents the fourth generation of long-range Russian SAMs and the successor of the S-200 and S-300. According to Missile Threat CSIS missile project, the longest reach of the S-400 is 400 kilometers with spreads of around Mach 14, giving the jet fighters little time to respond. You're screwed. Now, given this defense system unique capabilities, would a theoretical S-400 deployment to Cuba pose a credible threat to U.S. air assets based on the country's east coast? Yeah, that sucker can go all the way into Washington, D.C. If you really want to measure it out. It can cover all of the South, the Gulf of Mexico, as well as most of your Atlantic, all the way up to Maryland. The main threat of the S-400 would be to civilian aircraft in and around Miami. In terms of military air traffic, there are only two air bases that would feel the effects of the S-400: Naval Air Station Key West and Homestead Air Reserve Base. Naval Air Station Key West is mainly a training facility and one of the facilities that conduct counter narcotics. Homestead Air Reserve Base is a base that has a small contingent of Florida A&G Air National Guard F-15C Eagles and between 12 to 14 F-16 C and D frame fighter Falcons. So around 24 to 48 fourth generation fighter jets are vulnerable to systems like the S-400, but all is not lost. Out of harm's way is MacDill Air Force Base, which is home to two aerial refueling planes, which means that it can assist in bringing in more forces. Planes that would be integral in dealing with the S-400 would be the F-22 Raptor, F-35 Lightning II, B-2 Spirit. All of those planes are stealth planes that have been shown to slip past the S-400. In addition to this, the AGM-158 JASSM could be used as a standoff missile to take down the S-400 since it is a low observable cruise missile, but it also allows for fourth gen planes to be used in fighting the S-400. In addition to this, there are multiple naval bases in the area. So this brings the option of naval strike missiles being used to destroy the S-400. In short, the S-400 will be a nuisance for a very short amount of time, assuming the U.S. would let it be sold to first place. Assuming Cuba could afford it, it literally would take around 43% of their defense budget to buy one. At most, it would mainly make the US very upset and would lead to really intense diplomatic talks. Russia isn't stupid, so they'd never try that unless they were planning to fight the US, which is another story in itself. The reason why one could think that the US would be so threatened by placing in S-400 there is because of the Cuban Missile Crisis. The difference is in the fact that the missiles in the Cuban Missile Crisis were the R-12 Divina, NATO reporting name SS-4 Sandal, theater ballistic missile, in the R-14 Chosavaya, intermediate range ballistic missiles. These were nuclear missiles that could attack most of the mainland US. The S-400 has neither the reach nor the firepower to do this. It's not meant to do that. It's a defensive weapon, not a offensive weapon. But they should have known that, though. So I want to clear a few points here. The S-300 was actually used to shoot down. Actually, let me backtrack. The Book M2 was actually used to shoot down a Israeli jet a couple of years ago over Syria. I believe it was a F-35 got hit and took some damage. I know they shot down an F-16, if I remember correctly. So
they hit the F-35. It took off the back part of the stabilizer. It hit him in the back, right by the engine. Hit him in the back, and he spun out, and he ended up landing outside of where he could have been taken captive, but it blew the plane out, and the plane did end up crashing. He did have to get out of the aircraft. It's F-35.
Yeah. And so every S-400 isn't sitting by itself. So that's another point I want to make. When they deploy an S-400, it's a part of a bigger battery system, right? So you have an S-400, and then you also have something called a Pantsir S-1 portable missile system. So this is for low altitude flying targets, right? Cruise missiles and things like that try to fly below or beneath the radar mapping of the S-400 or the S-300. And so S-400s never play by themselves. They always have contingency vehicles around them to support them.
Okay, yeah. So they're constantly looking to see if they can get cruise missiles as well as jet aircraft that could be flying through as well. Is that correct?
Yeah. So this is meant to shoot down things that fly 4 kilometers and below. The S-400 looks at anything that's 4 kilometers and above.
4 clicks. That's still pretty high. But anyway.
So the key thing also, Mike, is that so with the Pantsir, it's supposed to take out low flying aircraft, because the only way you could take out the S-400 is if you have jets that fly that fly pretty low. So what's going to happen is you're going to force these jets to fly at a higher altitude, and if they fly at a higher altitude, there's a chance that they could miss the S-400. That's the whole purpose of it. So the higher it is, they won't be able to hit the target at accurately. Hence why this creates a problem. So it's like it creates a forced redundancy to make it harder to take out these air defense systems.
Yep. Yeah, it's all about failover and contingency planning. This thing has let me see, 12 missiles on it, and there's always about 12 of these sort of trucks around.
Yep.
Not to mention it has these two 30 millimeter cannons on it. So I'm not saying that the S-400 is invincible. Keep in mind the S-500 is already out in deployment in Russia, so they don't. The S-400 is just yesterday's news. Everything is pointing to S-500 now. But,
yeah.
This is their sidekick to the S-400. It's never, the S-400 doesn't roll alone. It rolls with something else as as a part of a greater network of contingency.
It's pretty effective missile battery, I would think.
Yeah, yeah, it's been used in Syria many times to shoot Israeli missiles.
Yeah, it's really, you know, and I know I was told I remember reading that article where they blew where they knocked a jet fighter out of the sky.
Yeah.
You know, which I was a little surprised. So Israel's basically got all of our aircraft. So they got the F-16, they got the F-35. Do they have Raptors?
No, they don't get Raptors, but they do have a special version of the F-35, right? So for whatever reason, they don't get a Raptor. I find that to be interesting because they get the F-35, but they don't get the F-22.
Yeah. That's I was kind of interested in to hear about that too, because when I heard the pilot got bopped in the 35, I was like, I didn't really realize that. I didn't know that they had all of our shit, all updated stuff right now. I didn't think they had everything, but it looks like they do. That's why I was wondering if they had the Raptors or not. But okay, they don't have the Raptors. Fair enough.
No, they don't have the F-18 either. So no, they don't have it.
Well, the F-18 that's more of a carrier-based plane.
Yeah, but if they were to have any, some of the more proprietary components of the U.S., you would think they would have those rather than just the F-35 itself.
Yeah, I mean, you can use the F-35 for a carrier as well, but the Hornets and the Super Hornet are really that's more of a carrier-based aircraft. They kind of took over for the F-14 Tomcats, it seems. But I thought that's really was the greater use of the Hornets, but then anyway.
Yeah, I would not want to, So the article talks about shooting, missiles from the fourth generation fighters into an S-400. They would be shot down by this. That's the whole purpose of this, is to protect battalions and things of that nature. Your surface-to-air missile battalion would actually be, or brigade would actually be defended by this.
So they're firing this off the back of a tank as well. It's mobile, right?
Yeah, it shoots on the go. That's basically
Yep.
Shoots on the go. We got David Monroe on the panel, man. What's going on?
Dave, what's going on, man?
Oh, not much. I just wanted to jump on in a second. You guys were already talking. I wasn't trying to jump in just yet.
No, this is the last article, but you can go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, read it. I want to hear.
No, we read it already.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing with the Russian stealth, I mean, not the stealth, the Russian missiles, the S-400, Russia is like outdone itself from what I hear with this round of technology. It's like the biggest threat to like all of the American, I don't know, you call them fifth or sixth generation fighters, stealth fighter technology, but it's really effective. So that, and like I was typing that in the chat earlier, having something like that in Cuba is almost like akin to what the Cuban Missile Crisis was about. It's not that serious, but it's like you guys have put a little bit of serious firepower in a semi-enemy territory right in our backyard. So it's just going to be an interesting thing to see how it plays out down the line. It's not a huge threat right away, but we'll see what comes of it.
Actually, it's a huge threat, right? Because the S-400 radar can penetrate all the way into the United States, all of the Gulf of Mexico, right? And Cuba is 90 miles away from the U.S. So that missile system, that radar system, can penetrate all of the U.S. military installations in that region.
Well, I don't think the fear so much is that Cuba will use that one missile system, even if they had a handful of them. I don't think the fear is so much that Cuba will use that military system to attack our military installations directly.
It's not an attack. It's not an offensive weapon. It's a defensive weapon. So
exactly, but here's the thing, and let me get this next point out because this is where the rubber hits the road. They would more likely be inclined to use it as a negotiating chip when it comes to something where international terrorism would be at play, because all of our traffic, like imagine the economic hit it would take if they just plucked one of our transit flights to the Caribbean out of the sky.
They could do that now. They don't need the S-400 for that. they still have an S-200, the Greyhound, well, not the Greyhound, the SA-2 is an S-200 system inside Cuba. That still works.
Well, this is why I said it's not an immediate threat right now, but it does add just a little bit more, another layer of danger to what's kind of like not a solidified situation with Cuba. Like, I don't claim to have answers of how to get Cuba on our good side, but that's a sticky wicket, as they say. I don't know how to untie that knot, you know?
So what this does is, if Cuba were to get the S-400,
Mhm.
it would be a game changer in the sense that it would limit the U.S.'s policy of the Monroe Doctrine. Like, this would be a severe challenge to the Monroe Doctrine, because the only reason why the United States is as powerful as it is, I mean geography, because it's surrounded by 2 oceans, and also there's no one in the Western Hemisphere that challenges them. They're basically the top dog here because they can do whatever they want. However, if Cuba gets the S-400, let's say, for example, you know, some shit were to go down in, the Dominican Republic. Let's say a government was elected in Dominican Republic, the United States doesn't like, and they want to send troops there. Cuba could say, no, you can't do that. DR is there's a no-fly zone in DR, and then if any U.S. fighter jets try to get through, we will shoot it down. That will limit U.S. basically air power in the region. That's basically what it would do.
Oh, you would have to have
Yes and no.
you would have to have a landing campaign to go in there and take that thing out.
Right, and not even a landing campaign. We would take it out with naval power first, because remember, they're defensive weapons, and I don't think they're rated for naval, like surface to surface combat. They're rated for the air. So what would happen is they would send in naval forces and a significant landing party too. But the U.S., if Cuba wants to play a game like that where they try to Bigfoot American interest in the region, which is way you're really reaching for them to even do something like that. But let's just say they got really crazy one day. Everyone got drunk on power one day and they decided to do that, right? America would respond with a giant naval force, and Cuba cannot withstand the level of firepower. Whatever fleet, I don't really know what kind of fleets are operating in the Gulf, but whatever fleets landing there, they wouldn't actually have to converge like 3 or 4 different fleets from the Pacific or the Atlantic. Whoever is there now would pretty much have a clear shot at leveling whatever military power Cuba has. So if they play that game, they would get wiped out. It's not like mutual assured destruction. It's solitary assured destruction. So it's like, for Cuba to do that, they'd be walking the plank. They wouldn't want to play it that way. That's why I said they'd be more likely to try to negotiate something more asymmetric. Like, we can be a threat to you without being actually directly challenging to you.
I wouldn't count so much on naval power. There are many out here who were thinking in the military community that that Navy's big ships and so forth are very vulnerable and they can be hit very easily. And you might not want to count too much really on to say, well, I don't think the battle, the Jutland or Midway and these kind of things. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of these types of battles as war moves. We're really looking at it more from an asymmetric perspective at this stage today, and that's where a lot of countries function, and that's exactly where Cuba would be. As far as you really having to defeat Russia, Cuba, and so forth, you would ultimately have to, occupy the island. You have to occupy the island.
Which would be another Vietnam.
That's exactly correct. That's why the Haitians in the revolution back in when they finished in 1804. Why I felt Haiti could have really could have played a hard role. They had 13 years of tearing the French out the frame, and nobody wanted to go in there. They knew in order to take out those troops who were now highly skilled and well coordinated, you were going to have to go into that island. You have to go up in there, and get them, and that would have been a whole different deal. Same thing with Cuba. So I have some issues. Wouldn't be a good battle. It wouldn't be a battle that I think anyone would want to see. But I wouldn't count strictly on. I wouldn't count strictly on just naval power to take them out. Mike, you were going to say something, Mike?
No, I was just going to say, to your point, you can look at something that's most recent as the Argentine military going against the British.
That's right.
Those extrajet missiles took those fucking British right out of the game. They were 24 hours away from losing that war. The only reason
Sheffield got taken out by an extrajet missile.
Yeah.
That was flying 20 feet off the ground.
Yeah. So to your point, and to Dave, to answer David's to respond to David, is that I would not be so quick to put out the idea that U.S. Naval would just walk in there and it'll be a field day. No, that we saw this recently under Margaret Thatcher that the British almost lost their navy to a small country like Argentina with their military.
Come on, you have to admit you're referencing a war in which Argentina lost. So
no, they didn't lose because they didn't lose.
They lost. They lost. They could not win the war on the ground. There was actually
the context of it, David. They didn't lose because the British were better. They lost because they were incompetent. Had they done a few maneuvers,
that's better.
What? No. What Mike is saying, what Mike is really saying, David, is that the British could have been beaten. Had they been more competent, the British would have got waxed. They would have never got the Falklands. That's what we're saying.
I agree with you. That is a fair premise, but the point is what it is. And I didn't even want to hang it up on that, because when you mentioned the Falklands, the fact is the Britons did take a hit in the naval combat, but they ultimately won. They were able to get their ships into a more defensive posture around the actual island.
They got help.
No. The Falklands are an island. It's a British territory. The British Army was the help. So the British. So when the Argentines invaded, it was about a week away from a British reinforcement, and that was the actual war.
Got help from the Canadians and from the French. That's what happened.
That's who they and we had some American military at the shit coordinating the whole thing.
Ronald Reagan.
That doesn't really change the argument.
And that's why the Falkland and that's why the Argentines are like, no, the Americans are going to support us, and they we've been supporting them. They were under some belief that we weren't going to back up Britain. They were stupid, but they because I remember watching this. This shit was on the news. I was watching this shit. Mm-hmm. And we were like, look at these guys. They were eating cats on. They were actually eating stray cats running around on the island and so forth. These guys ran such because you had that real incompetent fucking president of the country there who did not know how to really who had no idea how to run a war. But when they hit the Sheffield and they knocked the Brits down, and the Brits were backed up, they were ready to lose. They were 2 steps away from getting their asses whacked.
24 hours away.
They almost lost that.
Wait, let me say this quote because Margaret Thatcher said this herself. She said, quote, without the Harrier jets and their immense maneuverability, equipped as they were with the latest version of the Sidewinder missile supplied to us by the United States Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, we could have never got back the Falklands. That's Thatcher said that. She said that straight up.
Yeah, they lost.
Hold on. I accept everything you just said, but there are 2 things I would kind of want to challenge. And what form of help are you saying the Americans and the Canadians help? Like, what American and Canadian warships were in field?
No, the U.S. The U.S. supplied the British Navy and Air Force, mostly the British Air Force, with the Sidewinder.
Sidewinder missiles.
Sidewinder missiles.
That was a pre-existing state of affairs, though. They were already allies. I mean, it's Britain. Where else are they getting their best weapons from?
Because when they called Ronald Reagan for this to go down,
they called
Reagan said no. Reagan said no, we're not getting involved in that, and that's Thatcher hanging at the whim, which made them rely on the French and the Canadians to actually help out.
No, all that's not like, I'm not challenging any of that. I'm just kind of saying, like, it sucks for Argentina because that's the fight you wanted to fight. Like, I get you wanted to take back the land and all, but it's going to be a lot harder fight than they assumed.
Argentina had incompetent military, incompetent military leadership. Had they had a very competent leader, they would have had a competent a man of war at the helm there, the Brits would have lost. It would have been an embarrassing loss. It would have been an embarrassment.
They never recovered from it.
Right. Yeah, it would have been embarrassing. They would have lost. They threw their soldiers up in there unsupported. I mean, just crazy. I mean, it's My grandson could have run that war better. but that's the incompetence that you had. But the Brits were subject to getting beaten. Anyway.
Yeah, but that's the point that we're making, right? You shouldn't underestimate Cuba because Cuba is Cuba, right? And the U.S. military is the U.S. military, right? We just talked about Paul Van Riper, who said that through tabletop exercises, and this is high-ranking U.S. military official, who says that through tabletop exercises that in a conflict with a Middle Eastern country like Iran and all its paramilitary support, the U.S. and NATO would lose. This is not us making this up. This is high-ranking U.S. military official who did this exercise back in 1999 and 2000.
And you're going to have surrounding groups coming in and out of it. This will make Iraq look like a sandbox fight.
Right.
Well, yeah. See, here's the issue with that.
So
There
we don't want to get into it. And we know what island fighting is all about. Like I said, we've seen it with the Haitians. We've seen taking ground and so forth. Amphibious landings on shores of countries. We've seen that well described in the
They'll be decimated going into.
We saw it well described. Sun Tzu talked about this 2,500 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
30 of your troops are going to get torn out of frame doing this.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So so their view was like this is not the kind of warfare you want to engage. If you have to, then that's one thing. But if you don't want to engage in it, that's something that you don't want to engage in. So you have to look at what you're really looking at in getting involved with something like this. So to sit down and say, Cuba would be a real issue. No, Cuba would be easy to beat. No, we sat down and we had an issue with them back in '62. And, the president was talking about invading the island, and people were saying what that was really going to be like. And, at the end of the day, we cut a deal. We had them remove their missiles. We removed our missiles off from Turkey.
Actually, it didn't happen. They didn't remove their missiles from Turkey. They actually kept them there.
Well, the deal was the missiles had to stand down. So that was the deal. The missiles had to stand down. And that deal was cut, and we were able to settle out that way. But we definitely didn't want to get involved in invading that island. Like I said, the same thing with the Haitians. People like, well, yeah, with the Haitians, you could have gone in and just gone in and taken them. No, they wouldn't have. That's why they didn't go in there. That's why nobody else went in there.
Remember in 1984 when Ronald Reagan went into Grenada. There's U.S. Special Forces who said that the Cubans in Grenada put up a hell of a fight, and that they respect them. They respected their soldiers, despite the fact that they retreated. They said they put up a hell of a fight when Delta Forces landed. So, or was it the Green Berets? I think it was Delta Forces landed down there out of those Black Hawk helicopters, and said that those Cuban forces on the ground were hella difficult to defeat.
Yeah.
You guys are kind of leaving out two giant aspects of warfare.
Okay. What's that?
First of all, Cuba's strategic position, if we blockade Cuba, no one's going to stop that. No one in the region is.
They have a military agreement with Venezuela.
We're talking Venezuela, yeah, big whoop. We're talking about Cuba, and it's right in our back pocket. The Caribbean Ocean is essentially America's swimming pool. So and no one's really in their right mind of suggesting invading Cuba. This is a big what if hypothetical. But let's just say it really did get that crazy. Now, we would blockade them, and we wouldn't know, why would you have to actually invade them as if you want to make Cuba some kind of state of America? No, we would go in, we would crush whatever military force is actually posing a threat to us. Anybody, any installations, any bases, any hardware we see, we'll take it out, and we would just blockade them until they want to talk about how to fix this. It's not going to be the way you talk about it. We don't have to go in and get all our guys killed like that. It's not going to be just
isn't that what they thought when they walked in? Isn't that what they thought when they walked into Iraq in 2003?
Iraq's not an island, though. That's the problem. See, you can actually segregate them from the rest of the world. You can't do that with Iraq. That's the big issue.
But if you have military to military agreements with someone as big as Venezuela, who has a navy, a considerable.
Venezuela is in the midst of chaos right now. And let's say they're even a good, let's say they're actually like stable at their most militarily efficient, it's still Venezuela. They'd actually have to send out ships and hardware to confront American ships and hardware. They would not stand up round after round, fight after fight. They take some wins, they get some hits in. We might even be really upset about the damage we took. But all in all, if the American military, the whole entire country's economics were devoted to that mission, we would get it. And we wouldn't, it'd be silly to actually try to go in there and just put boots on the ground in every street corner. Like, no, that's a crazy idea. It's a jungle island for one. So like, why would you think of it that way?
Well, the problem with that is, I mean, the U.S. has done that with the embargo, but if you put a blockade, you still have to send troops in because, you know, because there's one thing that helps a government stay in power, even if there's tough economic times, like a blockade, is if a foreign adversary does that. I mean, that's the whole point of the embargo. I mean, the Cubans have never risen up against Castro, even though economically they've been going through hard times because they can point to that the embargo is the reason why this is going on. And anyone who rises up to oppose the government is basically someone who works with the enemy. It doesn't work that way, because if that was the case, then the United States would have blockaded, Iran. Well, at the height when Iran was doing its nuclear program. I mean, they did sanctions, but sanctions don't work. So if you try to do a blockade,
well, you just stop the idea of the embargo. Sanctions don't work, and an embargo is a sanction. A blockade is a military intervention with the purpose of starving your enemy out, literally starving you out. How much food can you grow on an island? You have a population to feed, and you have a populace to actually keep happy. And you just mentioned the government status, like wanting to keep the people in check. So after 2 months of not eating well, they just might decide to point the guns at the guys next to them. That's the whole point of the blockade. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, I get what you're saying. However, all right, so if the United States were to do, I mean, a blockade, first of all, that would be a human rights violation. But I mean, because so if the United States were even come to that conclusion, Russia and China would not stand for that. Now I'm not saying that Russia and China would step in, but it would create a severe crisis, because the world would say that, okay, the United States is basically starving Cuba. I mean, look at the shit that Saudi Arabia is getting for, doing the same thing to Yemen. I mean, they basically put a blockade in Yemen, and the people in Yemen have not given up at all.
Well,
I mean,
who's stopping the Saudis?
No,
We're
well,
America. Well, and they're just the Saudis. I mean, who's stopping them?
Well, but here's the thing: the blockade that the Saudis have against Yemen is not only Saudi Arabia. You have Egypt, you have different GCC countries that sent their warships. Basically, that's why you have that famine in Yemen, because nothing is going in, and yet the Houthis are still resisting. The people have not turned against the Houthis because they're not pointing their guns at the Houthis. They're blaming Saudi Arabia. That's why there's so much anti-Saudi resentment in Yemen. So what I'm saying is, you would get that too with Cuba, but also the United States would face an international crisis because they're literally starving a country to death.
Yeah, and
for one.
No, go finish your statement, please.
Yeah, and secondly too, it's not going to collapse the government. It's not, because if that was the case, then the Houthis would have, North Yemen would have collapsed, because the people would say that it's the enemy that's doing this to us, and they would resist, and you would have to send ground troops in either way, because when the blockade is going on for a couple months, then you're gonna be like, okay, nothing's really going on. Yeah, we launched a few airstrikes, but you got to send ground troops in if you want to remove the government. If the government refuses to surrender, you have to do what you got to do, and that's where it gets dicey, because Cuba has a large military. They have 1.5 million people.
All of its citizens are registered to are reservists, basically.
Exactly. So with that, an economic blockade has so many issues with it. On the one hand, the international community will condemn it. The United States would face, I mean, I don't know if the world could sanction the United States, but
exactly my point.
Yeah,
what would they really do?
But two is, the Russian and Chinese would be
they're worse than us. What would they do? I mean, you're really talking about Russia and China, the leaders of like disappearing people. You really think on a person-to-person level, the Chinese leader or the Russian leader is going to sit across from an American leader and wag his finger about human rights abuses? No, these
No.
guys put journalists in prison.
Well, it's a good political weapon. I mean, they talk, Xi Jinping, the president of China, actually condemned the United States for its killing of black men by U.S. law enforcement. So,
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying that that's the absolute solution. I'm saying to what Zoe is saying, 30,000 Egyptian soldiers lost their lives in that campaign going into Yemen. That's a considerable amount of soldiers to lose. You don't want to lose those kind of resources going into a country like that. And these are people fighting with sandals and towels wrapped around their head. So I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss, Cuba. If it actually,
You would have to send ground troops in. You would have to. I mean,
everybody knows in order to take over, you got to send ground troops in, just like they did with Grenada and so forth.
Absolutely.
You've got to send ground troops in, and if you have a well organized, flexible force, that is very difficult to beat. And this is something that has been studied over the millennia, from Alexander the Great, Sun Tzu, straight up, man, to the Gulf War. We know this is thousands of years of information, man. Thousands of years of information, poja.
And just like I said,
this ain't nothing new.
Well, remember when the Bay of Pigs, and Kennedy sent those guys in there, they got chopped down immediately.
They got lit the fuck up. Kennedy panicked.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, oh shit. He said, that's going to mean that I'm going to have to send a lot of people in here, and we could be caught into something that I don't even want to play. Where's our diplomatic move? At the end of the day, he got pissed off at the fact that he even listened to these guys to do this.
Right.
So, and it's not like Kennedy was some guy who was some civilian who became president. This guy, he wrote the book, the famous book PT 109. He was a boat commander. He was, his boat got shot out. Got shot from underneath him. You know what I mean? These guys had to survive in war. This guy's seen active combat, like most men of his day did. So these weren't pussy, poos and lime and sucker legs. These were guys who had been in, not guys, talking smack about how they've been in gunfights or whatever. And they ain't never been. These were really made dudes. Mm-hmm. So you got to understand what's really going on here, and that kind of warfare is a tough situation. I keep going back to the Haitians, to the Haitian Revolution, man. I mean, why didn't other countries? Why didn't Spain? Why didn't England? Why the United States? Why anybody just coming there just pouring on that island? They knew. The French got lit up. They knew what they were going to face if they came in there. They knew. 13 years of fighting the French. These guys were highly butter laid. And they were ready to deal with you at the shoreline. That was a problem.
And that's one of the biggest concerns about going into Venezuela now.
That's right.
You go into Venezuela, and it could be, it could be an annihilation on U.S. military, because all ingress points into Venezuela would be, anybody coming through there would be gunned down immediately. They wouldn't even make it through it. I know some people will say, you can send ships into Venezuela. Actually, let me just pull up a map, because we need to really visualize things here. We pull up a map of Venezuela. And so here, outside of Caracas, let me just zoom this in. All of these areas right here are actually, there's actually reefs around this part of the shoreline. So U.S. military vessels can't even get in there. The only thing that can get in there are Coast Guard vessels. And although they have, 30 or 52 millimeter cannons on them, they're not equipped for battle. So
wait a minute. Wouldn't that also mean Venezuela doesn't have a ton of deep water ships itself?
They have shallow water vessels, so that's what they're used for. They have corvettes.
Right. So how could they actually help Cuba in their challenge with America? Look how far away Venezuela and Cuba is. That's a lot of distance for a shallow water vessel, let alone a shallow water combat vessel.
That's just the map, my brother. If you actually put it into perspective,
a lot of blue water.
If you just put it into perspective, a blue navy from Venezuela could, if Cuban intelligence is actually as good as everyone says it is, they would predict that there's a conflict coming, and they would actually race their guys up there in the midst of time.
And that's one fleet. That's kind of my whole thing. They're not a big help. These guys are going to be on their own eventually. Like the military agreement will crumble in the face of actual American intervention. I'm telling you, there's no way they want to die for that fight.
Well, you're saying guys in on the ground. I'm telling you that the Bay of Pigs proved otherwise.
Well, the Bay of Pigs wasn't really American, like a full intervention. It was actually using Cuban dissidents to stage an assault, and it kind of backfired because we didn't provide the help we promised. Mm-hmm. We basically left them to die. So
what happened was we had a force that we trained mm-hmm. here to go in and fight. They went in, they fought a very well-skilled Cuban quick reaction team, got waxed. Then they looked up and said, "Oh, these guys got torn out the frame. We're going to get into a much larger, bigger conflict here. Let me shut this motherfucker down and let's go deal in another type of in another fashion." And that's what we did. Which they was a smart move.
And here's the thing.
Didn't we promise them air cover and back out at the last minute?
Well, you know,
because remember they shot a U-2 out of this guy.
Francis Gary Powers took his ass straight out.
Right.
So all that went down. They were ready, you know, and you know, don't forget Cuba played from a very small nation. They played an incredible role, an unbelievable role in the 20th century, in being a small actual geopolitical power that people never wanted to give them credit for. I mean, I understand it, but
they fought on besides Egypt and
they're incredible the role that they played.
And they sent 40,000 troops to Angola. I mean,
Angola and fought South African troops there.
And South Africans were there. Fought them in Namibia as well.
Exactly, and they got waxed. They ran. They were like, oh,
destroyed them.
And not black, but they sent them board type dudes and them white boys up in there. You know, the blanqueros, as they call them, the blanqueros. They was up in there getting waxed.
They took casualties in the process.
So they were like, oh, sweat. You know, the ANC, you know, was backed up very heavily by the Cubans, and that's what ultimately made South Africa sit down and say, we're gonna cut these guys in because they got the Cubans and these ANC dudes surrounding us in the in the jungles, ready to come down on our asses, and we gonna have to cut a deal. That's what happened. That's what was up. So and Cuba played a huge role there. Cuba was very influential in the 21st century, in the 20th century.
And the thing, and just like I said before, with Cuba has 1.5 million people in reserves, like ready to fight a people's war. If the United States, if it was so easy to invade Cuba, the United States would have done this.
They would have done it.
They would have done this a long time ago, but they would have
rolled in like if they thought it was a Grenada. But they knew Grenada had no standing army, didn't have, the act wasn't together. You know, they knew they were sucker laid. They can go in there and get them. All right. But
no desire to do that though.
You know, they knew they can get them. They knew they can get them. They're not sure about Cuba.
Don't forget they have a military agreement with Nicaragua as well.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys a question, because you mentioned South Africa. And the one link between Cuba and South Africa is like socialism or communism or whatever they call themselves at this point. Like, what do you guys, what's your take on South Africa currently right now? Because as I understand it, the nation is pretty screwed up and things are like, things have been like swirling down the drain for a long time. And right now, there's just a lot of economic and crime and just social civil unrest going on. Like, are you guys really paying attention to what's been happening lately down there?
Well, the problem is that the currency has spiraled out of control. And so as that happens, as they, tighten up on pensions and things of that nature, and there's dissatisfaction, from melanated people on the ground, you're going to have political turmoil, no different than Occupy Wall Street in New York, no different than Standing Rock protests in the Dakotas and whatnot. You're always going to have some kind of political unrest and whatnot. The problem is that South Africa is coming out of colonialism, like most of the continent, and so that takes time to actually cultivate a economic stabilized system. If you look at any of these other countries that came out of the Soviet Union, a lot of them never really recovered unless the European Union actually lent them a whole lot of money. And we know that the European Union is driven mostly by German and French economics. All the rest of it is completely independent or interdependent upon the two major powers. So if you took the European Union away from any of these other satellite states, they would collapse overnight too. So I'm saying we shouldn't look at South Africa and say, well, socialism versus communism, these are two different sort of economic and political systems. The crux of the issue is that it takes time to get your economic system back into play. And when you have sanctions and things like that upon your country, it's not very easy to do business. People look at Zimbabwe and say, oh, those people are doing poorly over there. Yeah, but they don't tell you that the Western governments have all put sanctions on them. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you that it plunged their currency into inflation, as well as South Africa at one point too. Matter of fact, most African countries under Obama had some form of sanctions on them.
Well, there's a reason for that, and not only that. The problem with like just blaming sanctions at will when it comes to a place like South Africa is you're ignoring certain like on the ground realities, which is like this. When a government goes from a more open economic system to something that's like more socialist, what tends to happen is the nationalization of industry. And that just basically amounts to the theft of what was the day before a private property.
Are you sure?
Well, that's what it means to nationalize an industry, because if the
Germany is a socialist state and it's in the top 5 world economies in the world.
No, it may very well be, but they didn't necessarily go and just blanket nationalize particular industries. They actually went socialism
South Africa. I mean, have you heard of the De Beers? I mean, the De Beers company, they still get diamonds and other resources from South Africa. The problem with South Africa is that apartheid never really ended. It never really ended. You have the Afrikaners who are very, very wealthy, who still controlled at least not potentially, but they control the vast majority of South Africa's wealth. So the problem with South Africa is that the Afrikaners still run the economy, and they still do not want to open the doors for the majority of blacks to get to have a foot in the door into the economy. So that is where the issue. I mean, you see so many think tanks and articles that said the same thing. Apartheid only ended politically, but it never ended economically, and that's what's holding South Africa back.
Right.
Well,
I
agree with that a certain degree.
The ANC, a lot of South Africans believe the ANC sold out. They sold out to the majority, to the Afrikaners to get some, little economic benefits. That's why you have these Afrikaners, the billionaires in South Africa. They support the ANC. They're afraid of, the far left who is gaining popularity in South Africa simply because the majority of blacks are frustrated because income inequality is still high. They're still in the ghettos. There's no economic development going for them. Any wealth that's in South Africa goes to the top, to the minority Afrikaners. I mean, you can look it up, man. Apartheid never really ended. It only ended politically, not economically. That's the issue with South Africa.
I mean, it ended politically and ended socially, but the economic piece, as far as where the dollars and the cents really stayed with it stayed definitely within the white Afrikaners' hands. Yep. Not much of that has been turned over into the black community. No question about that. There's no doubt about this.
That's a fact.
But that's where their real there's no doubt about it. Their real issue now is is really trying to hold on to that, and that's when people started saying, we're going to do land reform. We're going to start taking land from the white guys and everything else like that. And you started seeing people really starting to get real crazed Zimbabwe, over there.
Though. That's kind of what people don't get in South Africa. Zimbabwe did that.
Well, that's Mugabe. I mean, it's
not exactly the same. Zimbabwe is a bit of a different case.
Well, in the land reform sense,
What do you mean in the land reform sense? Make some context to that.
Well, the basic premise is this: all the most functioning farmland in South Africa and formerly in Zimbabwe was owned by white people. These were like longtime white owned lands, and right. And then the thing that's not really recognized is that the white people mostly owned it. So it's like a manager system where they employ like the township next to it. So what happens is you basically kill off the people who actually understand how to run and get the thing done as far as the actual on the ground farming. And what was left over was not able to fill the gap of what they were producing before. And so when South Africa is going to, when they start flirting with kicking the white people off their land and taking over the farms, like even if I, make peace with my moral disgust with the concept, the fact of the matter is you got to actually figure out how to make money on your own. And so when you're talking about the economic thing with apartheid, like that's my big issue with the socialist things. Like these guys, what they seem to do, and I'm really criticizing socialism as a movement, particularly in South Africa right now, but this is like a plague against a lot of African nations from what I understand. But what these guys seem to do is focus on revolution and not focus on actual functioning economic systems for the nation. And
Because
they take away all the money and nobody knows how to make money once
because the economic wealth is in the of their oppressor.
Well, no, it's deeper than that. Because look, before you actually, it's like, all right, if all you know how to do is rob, you can steal $1 million. But if your only skill in life is robbing people, you'll always have to work. And you'll
So
always
would
be
you say the
forced to
same thing
rob.
about
And that's
Native
gonna
Americans as well? Because
say that again?
Native Americans have the same issue as South Africans or any other Africans on the continent that were
Not every Native American tribe is poor. The Native American tribes that are successful break the mold, and the Native American tribes that are most successful take the least amount of government money.
were Native Americans colonized or not?
I'm sorry?
Were the Native Americans colonized or not?
They lost that fight long time ago. I can't really base this
saying
argument around 1850.
No, if you have someone making money on your land and you're not having any access to it, yeah, you're not going to have any wealth either. So the wealth the inequality that you see in South Africa isn't just attributed to poor Black leadership. It's actually attributed to the colonization of the wealth from the colonizer itself that came out of Europe. It has very little to do with whether or not they can farm land. That has nothing to do with it.
No, if it were that simple, you would just replace the white bodies with Black bodies and the factory would function as smoothly. But we find out it's not the case.
Yeah, but Black people are not farming those lands. White people still have ownership over 80% of the land.
So just replace them. But that's my whole point. When it was tried, it failed.
You cannot just replace them without actually transferring the wealth too.
You got to transform the wealth too. No. See, now you're getting closer and closer to just eating the rich. Like, you don't see that?
The wealth doesn't belong to them. It was stolen from the people.
All right. That's a little bit more. I hate to really break it to you like this, but that's not the actual history of how South Africa worked. Like there was no actual nation with borders and all that. There was tribes of people.
That's colonialism.
Hold on. It's not colonialism. The Zulus will tell you this.
Ho,
Zulus will tell you this. They conquered the tribes too. They were down there fighting wars too. And they made agreements with the British after they won and lost battles.
Hey, David, well, there's a whole movie, Shaka Zulu, that they put on TV. It was a 13-hour miniseries or whatever.
I watched it when I was young. It was a lot of stuff.
Okay,
but
we can watch some of that. But explain to me between the Boer and the English wars, what was that about?
Well, you just said it, Boer versus English. The Boer were actually the people who at that point considered themselves native to South America. Because
who were they? Who were the Boers?
They weren't even English, they were Dutch.
They were Dutch, okay.
Were they natives of the land?
No, I mean, no, they're not literally natives. I said that in a very careful statement.
And hold on,
Dave, hold on a second, Dave. Don't talk over anybody.
Okay. Good. Finish what you're gonna say. Finish what you're gonna say. Go ahead.
No, that was my point. I just wanted to say they've been there for so many generations. They consider themselves native. I tried to say that really carefully because that is kind of the situation there. These white people, they moved in, they've been there, and now they're just there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now. Hold on a second. Were they natives?
Of course not.
Okay. Were the English natives?
Of course not.
Okay. So these were colonial powers that pretty much came in, fought for the resources of whom?
Neither were the Zulus. That was the point I started.
Neither were
out
the
with. They marched south. They marched south and killed off the Khoisan tribe. So the Khoisan
neither
tribe
were
is
the
like
Zulus.
the minority tribe left. The Khoisan is the native tribe in South Africa.
Who were endemic to that land?
The Khoisan tribe, and I think there was probably some other smaller tribes that are gone now.
Who are the outsiders who came from another continent and came into that land?
And that's the argument. It's not that you're native to this region. You're just native to Africa. Fine. If you say it's a black thing, I'll give you that. So kill them all, chase them out. That's what you got to do then. But once you chase them out, you still got to learn how to run the factories.
No, but here's the thing. All right. The thing is this. You have the majority who are black, and they're not receiving any economic benefit as of right now because of the status quo. So what you're basically saying is that it should stay the same because you're basically saying, well, they have to learn.
Not what I'm saying.
You're saying they have to learn how to run those factories, but how are they going to learn how to run those factories? And the whites don't want them to run the factories. That's the thing. They don't want that. They don't want them to open the door economically for them to, train them how to run the mines, train them how to run the factories. It's just they have this barrier which will prevent the majority of blacks from even getting access to it. This is where the tension is in South Africa, because the whites refuse to move, refuse to move on the position of giving more access to their wealth. I wouldn't say their wealth, but just to train the blacks.
And they enacted apartheid. Why did they enact apartheid?
You laid this at the feet of the ANC. No, listen, nobody's saying apartheid was a good thing. Let it fall. But
we're not talking about
you laid the failure at the feet of the ANC.
What did that mean? David, what did that mean? That means they separated you from being able to get wealthy. They separated you from education. They separated you from any of the institutions or instruments of what we would say power. Okay,
it's basically
influence,
their version of Jim Crow.
Wealth. They cut you out from that. Outsiders, people outsiders.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Look, I'm not going to try to take the position. Like, there's a lot of other details here, and I'm not going to try to take the position.
I mean, we all know the details.
It's not quite that simple. Because
I think it's pretty much pretty much that simple.
It's not that simple.
It's broken down by the ANC and the other groups that looked at it, that came in there to turn this thing around. It was that. They saw that simple. Yes, they did.
Well, because even all of this stuff being withstanding, the fact is the white people are no longer politically in charge. So
that doesn't
economically
matter. That doesn't matter.
So what was all of the revolution for if you just change one ruler class for another, but things haven't really progressed?
Well, that's where the tension is. That's the problem. That's why a lot of South Africans are saying that the ANC split out.
That has nothing to do with communism.
They're socialist, and I don't see this working ever anywhere at all.
The ANC you talking about communism? Could you explain?
I mean,
could you explain to me a little bit of dialectical materialism? Can you explain a little bit of that to me?
As far as I can tell, I do not see very much difference between whether you call yourself a socialist or a communist. It's just all a matter of stylistic flair at this point. But when you engage in these philosophies of, power to the people and the rich must pay, it never seems to end in mass success and mass happiness for the nation involved.
Well, here's the thing, and there's another thing too, and this is the reason why the minority whites is in their best interest to, provide some economic benefit to the majority blacks, which they still refuse because you need social cohesion, and what you have in South Africa is a lack of social cohesion. So if they still maintain their economic apartheid, more and more Black South Africans are going to get angry. They're going to get more frustrated. They're going to get even more enraged, and then it's going to blow up.
No,
so that's where. So you can't just
blow up along tribal lines, mind you.
Yeah, but you're blaming it on communism and socialism. It has nothing to do with that.
It's economic apartheid, man. That's
Nelson
the issue.
Mandela's movement was heavily influenced by socialism. That is just a little bit of the
What,
historic
what
history
are you talking
floating
about,
in
man?
the shadows.
Get out of labels. I don't think you understand what communism or socialism is. If I was to ask you to explain it to me, dialectical materialism, you wouldn't know whether to shit or go blind. I don't think you have a clue as to any of this stuff that it is. At the end of the day,
basically, socialism and communism involve the state control of government industry and also state control of social mechanisms, the media.
That's Webster's dictionary.
Okay, so
the dictionary version if we can't use it in a conversation. I don't get the
so if you're gonna say this is socialism and communism that happened here in this revolution that you're saying in South Africa, you're saying it was a communist movement. Where is the communism involved in this?
I'm saying that the particularly the Nelson Mandela's party and the people who came after following his footsteps had very socialist leanings, and they are in a government trying to enact their socialist policies. We're at a point now where
what
seeing
socialist
the fruits of those
policies
labors
are we
really
talking?
come to play when you talk about like this massive land reform. This is really just a land grab. This is theft on a state level.
Wait, a
Land
grab?
reform.
Wait, hold on.
You say give it to the people. What people are you really specifically talking about?
The people native to the land. I mean, that is their land. I mean,
So how is it going to work? They're just going to move in, like one village is going to move on to
wait.
How does that work?
Help me out here. So if the people, so who owns the land that the people are grabbing it from?
Right now, it's privately owned, most likely by some white farm, some white guy, right? So the idea is we're going to quote unquote redistribute that land to quote unquote the people. But the problem is who's actually going to manage and control.
How did they get those lands?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Blame whoever.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Whoever's to blame is to blame.
I'm done. I'm done.
Listen, let's blame him. Blame the white guy, whatever. But the point is, you have to actually function from this point forward. And my question is, when you take away the land, how do you actually disperse it to the people in a matter where it's still a functioning farm? You don't just give a farm to random people.
Why not?
Because it won't function. You have to actually give it to functioning, competent people.
No.
You don't just give it to the village next door. This is my point. Like, it's a business. It's still a business that has to produce. And not only does it have to produce, it produces food. So if enough of these businesses fail, the country goes hungry, like the Zimbabwe crisis.
You're missing the larger point. No one is saying that the farmers have to leave. The farmers are leaving because they're not going to get ownership of the land. There's nothing saying that they can't operate the lands.
That's such a BS cop out. If you are going to force me to sell, you're forcing me to leave. Not to mention the quote unquote rumors of the farm murders. People are leaving.
No, they're leaving because the land.
If you force me to sell my farm, what do you expect me to do? I can't live here anymore.
You're not selling the farm, giving it back to the people who rightfully own it.
Bull, bro, because the nature of the policy is you're either going to force me to sell or I just get passed over this round. There is no just giving it back. They're not even saying, and to be fair, if you're saying give it back to the people who own it, no matter how you slice it, the people who are actually there, who are running it now, are being stripped of their property. They are being forced to leave. So once they're forced to leave, the people, whatever. Once they're
who do they buy it from? Wait. Who do they buy it from?
The individual owners right now are actual farmers. We're talking about actual land.
Who did they buy? Who did they? What I'm asking.
They have deals going back in court. Like these people actually do have deals with the state. Whatever the state was, they're contracts that can be traced.
Whoa! Hold on. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, there was no state.
You're talking about 200 years now. Like we're in 2020. These contracts can go back at least 150 years at this point.
And you do realize since contracts can go back that far, they're also still legally binding, are they not?
If they have legal court agreements, that's fine. That's not the
no.
issue.
What I'm saying is that if something is operating under the dictates of a contract, then that means that it is still a legally binding contract. So that means that that contract can then also be called into question in the event that, hey, let's say that someone decided that they wanted to vicariously add a stipulation onto that. Now we'll have to go back and review said contract as it was enacted, what, 150 years ago? Because that's when
not the nature of the legislation, though.
Whoa, hold on, because well, wait a minute. We have, but see, understand something. See, in the legal realms, right? You do need to have documentation, particularly as it pertains to, say, like transactions. You know, like a land deed, something that says that you actually can occupy that place in the event that a government says, hey, no, you know what, we're going to go ahead and we're going to pass a reclamation that says we're going to take this land back. Do you have some sort of preceding document that says, This is my simple question.
Hold on. That is the point. That is actually the position of very many farmers. Because I've listened to a couple of people who been covering this on the black side, the white side, and the position of the farmers, or a lot of the farmers who got caught up in the legal system and lost their farms, is that they've had the documentation, but the court system sided against them, and they simply had to go.
No, well, here's what they had. They had documentation. They had documentation that said that under the dictates and under the jurisdiction of a non-sanctioned regime, right, that they could possess that land. They didn't actually receive. They didn't actually receive
that. I don't understand that little detail. What do you mean by a non-sanctioned regime?
A non-sanctioned regime. So that means that a government entity that originated from there. Okay,
right.
Like I said, so in lieu of that, what you would then need is some sort of sales deed, something that says that this tribe over here, these guys over here, these people over here, or whoever the fuck sold this to me for a stipulated amount. Here's the transaction. The money went there. If you can prove all this shit, then guess what? The courts told they like, well, look, you sold it.
But they never bought it from anyone. That's
okay. So we never bought it. So now I'm asking. So since there was what is the legally binding document that says that they actually own this shit?
Complex. That's my point. The legislation is trying to bypass even the nature of court agreements. It's basically going to.
There's no court agreements. This is what I'm saying. You don't have a sales deed.
No. The nation of South Africa had courts going back a long time. So in order for you to say there's no court agreement,
that's the apartheid state. That's the apartheid state.
The apartheid state was not an unofficial state. It was the state. That's my whole point.
No, it was not the state. If it was the state, it would have been the state and the only state. There was a state.
The only state. What other South Africa was there ever?
Complex. Let Wesley get in. Wesley, please jump in.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you can continue with Complex.
No, the point that I'm making here is this. The government and the system that they had in place was an apartheid government, so it automatically ruled out any sort of
because it was apartheid?
Yes, because it was a Jim Crow government. That was their version of Jim Crow.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, and who sanctioned it?
Even the South African government right now doesn't operate as if the previous government was somehow completely illegitimate. Your point doesn't even make sense. I don't get what you mean.
Illegitimate, it fell.
How legitimate is it?
Yeah, how legitimate was it? It fell.
David is saying it doesn't matter how they got the land.
All of the contracts that ever were. That's like you're talking about something that's not really relevant.
So look. Okay. Then let me go ahead and take your legal position here. You're saying then the means of acquisition is irrelevant. Right.
That's what he said. That's what he's saying.
Right. So then here's then what we have to do is apply equal application of law. So if that is the case, then guess what? It also works in reverse. Now,
that's interesting.
What do you mean? Doesn't Lady Justice have a blindfold and she has like the scales to balance it out?
Theoretically.
Well, no. Well, see, we're discussing legal concepts here, so we really have to deal.
Is true.
Okay, So then that means then if that is the application of law by which we are going by, then that means it also works in reverse.
Mhm.
See, so maybe that is the legal precedent upon which by the shit got thrown out and farmers are just losing their shit. They have but one of two choices. Either agree to have the state reacquisition the land and then you can stay on as a sharecropper essentially. I think black people are familiar with that story. Or
well,
you can
you
bounce.
also complex. You're also looking at what's going on in Palestine. You're also looking at what's going on in Palestine with the land grabs that the Israelis are doing. You know, you buy a little bit of land. You know, basically you get a little bit of land in South Africa, then you start marauding across the land
Come
and telling
on.
people. You say
Really?
it doesn't make any difference.
I mean,
as
look,
to
do
what
you
happened.
want? Do you?
David, not for anything, but
I mean, I'm
you
not
sounded-
arguing. I'm not arguing from a point of morals.
you're sounding a handsome bubble off here.
I'm not trying to say one side is morally right or another. Like, it's kind of irrelevant.
No, we're talking legality here.
Well, the
No,
legality,
it's very
listen,
relevant.
if we're talking legality, then there's no, like, I don't get the concept that the previous government, everything gets thrown out, because you're not throwing everything out. You're only throwing out this one little thing.
I'm asking.
I don't think he-
Well, no, I'm asking you. I'm asking you what the legal grounds are upon which someone who can't produce any true like land deed or transaction documents or anything like that, because
All right, true or false?
no, because the natural born people of the land never transacted it. That's
True or
the problem.
false? True or false? The Zulu nation, the actual tribe, the Zulu tribe, excuse me, fought wars with the British, with the British government that eventually ended in negotiations.
Did it?
Yeah, but those negotiations are not credible enough for what we're talking about here, right? So
Wait a minute. Whoa.
No. Stay. Look, let's stay over here. Let's stay over here.
Those
We don't.
negotiations
No.
are what led
We
to the
have to
founding
stay.
of the South African country.
Look, you have to stay here because you have to understand something, right? Didn't you just say that courts are throwing out the suits that have white farmers saying, "Fuck this, I'm not down with this deal," and they're like, "You don't really have a choice." The courts are ruling against them. I'm asking you, why do you think the legal precedent is such?
Well, there are two issues here. One, I'm assuming that the courts are operating completely in good faith, and those cases were bad cases.
Let's assume that. Remember, Lady Justice.
In those cases, it just is what it is, and you lost. That is not my contention whatsoever. My whole argument, my whole point against with the ANC, what they're doing is basically a wholesale land reform, which means you're just taking the white farmers' land. You're not necessarily, like, a case in court is between two individuals.
Well,
when the state,
I think it was mentioned though.
Just take land from different individuals. That is a very different prospect.
No, but I think it was mentioned though that the farmers could actually stay there. Could they not?
No, they're being chased away. And how do you stay
No, they're
there?
not being chased away.
Being forced to sell below market value. You're being forced into poverty. Your life work, whatever, even if it was stolen by your great grandpappy, you today now are faced with the prospect of being put into poverty. You're not going to be staying there.
You do realize that that's kind of like what happens with any sort of reparative measure. You have to make good on the injustice. It has to come. The chunk is going to come out of somebody's ass. It's just kind of the reality.
The idea that they're just going to be staying there is bunk, and it's not what's happening on the ground. People are leaving the country.
They were offered the option of staying
because they're afraid for their lives now. You just strip them of everything.
Remember that the black people are actually the ones working the land.
Again, why would they stay?
Yeah. And listen, David, at the end of the day, at some point in time, you guys have to get
fair enough. But I'm telling you, they're leaving. So the concept of them
it's going down like that.
So now
I'm not really understanding. I'm not understanding your argument,
man. There's too much focus on taking and not enough focus on actually how do you maintain and function this, which is why South Africa has slowly been losing GDP every year because they've been worried about taking and
South Africa is a developing nation.
They weren't a developing nation when they had nukes and shit. They were freaking dominant. They were the most functioning nation on the African continent.
Can we stay on one topic? You're going from nukes to come on, man.
No, I'm just saying that they were actually
they're a developing nation.
Now that the black people have kicked all the white people out, I'm like, you actually have to run and maintain what you have. And
Okay.
you can't do that if you're only focused on just.
But the white people are not leaving, just like I explained to you. That
Right,
the bears
right.
are there. There's
The
And
white
I have friends in South Africa right now who are there, and the white people are not leaving en masse like that. They're looking to work out this deal where they're going to be shifting up some. Where the big issue right now that black people do not have in that country is wealth,
Right.
and the whites are holding most of it, and there's going to have to be a little bit of shifting of that wealth game a little bit.
Fair enough.
Some of that's going to have to happen.
Blood
Some of that's going to have to happen through land reform.
That's not
That's what's coming
so
down.
Just move again. It's
all right. I don't know what you're arguing. You sound like a shine bone up in here.
no.
I'm trying to figure out
Listen,
where the hell you coming from.
Just taking a farm from a farmer doesn't mean you now have a functioning farm.
They already are making.
Well, you have to understand. Most of the people.
So how come Zimbabwe starved?
Most of the people who are working those farms are black people as well.
David, did Zimbabwe have sanctions placed on them for taking that land?
I think they had a lot of different things going on.
No, they had
sanctions
on
the
them.
currency was all crazy.
Mike,
like they did have sanctions, I think.
Mike, what David is saying is, you give them the land. These niggas are too damn stupid to run their own thing, and they're gonna let this thing
I ain't
go down.
saying they're stupid, but that's their job. That's their job in front of them.
That's essentially what he's saying.
I'm not saying
And the
they're
bottom line
stupid,
is,
but are they ready for it? Because you can't just give it to them.
Wait. You know, I think to you asked that question. I think the answer is yes, and how so? Because we're going to take it back. So apparently they're ready. No, what I'm saying is, you say, are they ready? It's like, what do you mean, are they ready? Okay, they're taking it back. Obviously, they're ready.
Right.
I mean, fine, but again, the last nation that tried this very act, it didn't work so well, and now you got China coming in, skeeting in all your women, telling you what to farm and shit. You guys are growing a bunch of tobacco for China.
Wait, who are you referencing?
Zimbabwe. They
Dude,
in order to repair the damage, they had to invite the Chinese in.
David,
No, your version of history is wrong. The Chinese were the ones who helped liberate them from the from Ian Smith and the rest of these yo-yos. That's why the Chinese are there. The Chinese have been there since the 60s.
David.
Yes.
David, are you aware of a term called sanctions?
Sanctions, of course.
Did Zimbabwe have sanctions placed on them for that land expropriation?
You asked me that before, and I said I believe they did.
Yes, they did. The United States did. So did the European Union did.
In 2000,
how did they have sanctions placed on them?
In 1999, 2000, 2001, 2002, and 2003, they had immense sanctions on Mugabe.
So to expand in a dollar-euro globalized economy, and when you don't have access to those currencies, how do you, what do you expect? What do you expect? Farming is not going to be enough.
Listen, if you want to take what you want to take, so be it. But once you've stolen the mansion, now you got to run it.
They can run it. That's not the issue. The issue is not that they're.
Well, so what are the Chinese there for?
Because help facilitate that.
So you just traded one kind of white man for another, huh?
No, it's called global trade, man. Here's the thing, right? There's something that the Chinese can benefit from the Africans. There's something that the Africans can benefit from the Chinese. See, there's this unfinished global trade route that was started with the Silk Road, right? The Chinese started years ago. Okay, guess what? They're trying to finish it. All right. See, so they're trying to make partners, and that's really what's happening here. Now, the Africans are getting a crash course in what it means to negotiate. Okay. See, so yeah, some African countries may have gotten the short end of the stick with some Chinese delegates in regards to infrastructure projects and stuff like that. Other countries, right, have more cooperative working relationships with the Chinese. Okay, particularly in places where you have the Belt and Road corridor that's taking place from east to west in Africa. Okay, see, so there's very serious implications here on the table, and so for those very serious implications, you need very serious players to come to the table. See, so not everybody out here is you know what I mean, is out here just on some lackadaisical shit here. There's implications here that reach into the centuries from now. Okay.
And
You see, so what I'm saying here is that, like, you know, don't put this stuff where it's all in like, well, you know, they didn't do this because, you know, they took it from the white people, so now they're just gonna give it to the Chinese. Listen, man, that's pretty fucking disingenuous. I gotta just be real with you. Because
That's
look,
what it looks like.
No, it's not what it looks like. Because you got tech hubs popping off in Africa and all various. We've covered this shit too much, right? For us to just sit up here and just listen to this as if there's just nothing but a bunch of black folks with spears and bones through their noses, you know, trying to hunt gazelles. Okay, dude, no.
Well,
that's not what's going down. Well, no. What I'm saying is that's that's how it comes off when people come onto this platform and start to say those type of things, right? And they say it in the face of articles like we just covered, where there's a brother that is developing his own autonomous driving platform in a butter-laid lab, Mac laptops. I'm like, dude, you know what? Like, can we stop with this? Understand what's really going down, man.
I think what David might be pointing to is that there's an incompetency among South Africans to manage you know, this agriculture, right? We know that the many African governments have reached out to African American farmers to actually come and help them cultivate the land and actually help out with the agricultural development there. So we know that they have some form of competency in that area. Now, Africans have already been managing the land themselves. They just weren't reaping the wealth at all. In fact, the wealth was going directly straight to the top, which is the colonizer himself. So what they decided to do is to reappropriate the land back to those indigenous people who were the rightful owners of it through technology, which is called blockchain. So that's been discussed the last few years now, and so they figured out who owns what and which parcels would be doled out. The problem is the colonizer doesn't want to give up his portion of it because he unfairly got it, and so he had an unfair advantage, and they've had that for at least the last 100 years. This is the same problem in America, where white people don't want to give up the land to the Native Americans in greater portions. You saw that at Standing Rock. They want to run their pipelines through there for their own capital.
Fuck who's there.
Right, and even though the land belongs to them, they try to push eminent domain, which is exactly what the Boers did in South Africa.
Well, hold on, Mike, hold on. You know, the cold part about that shit was that really the more strategic and simplest way to actually to run that pipeline would have been through Bismarck. But you see, there's too many white people that live in Bismarck, and you know, they don't want no oil pipeline running through their shit. You
right,
know,
not in my backyard.
You know, spills and shit like that, right? Yeah. Do it with those brown folks over there.
Right, and I think what David might be missing
and pollute their water and stuff like that. Yeah,
you know,
man, we can't have that.
Right, and I think what David might be missing is that the European colonizers this isn't just a South African issue. This is a global issue for white colonizers. We saw the same thing happen recently in Bolivia with Evo Morales, who reappropriated the land back to the indigenous people, and the wealth that's in the ground is the actual natural resources that would have been appropriated for those indigenous people. And who came in and overthrew him? It was actually the United States and Europe. Okay, so this is happening.
Lithium in them there hills.
Lithium and many other gas and oil resources possibly found there. Gold, actually, there's a lot of gold.
There's a lot of gold.
So we know that this is a colonizer issue. This is not, you know, people being incompetent at all. This is actually colonizers are trying to maintain their land grab on all of everybody else's land except for their own, because you can't. There's nothing in Europe right now. They know that.
The problem with that is.
But David is saying that
colony, and
these black guys are not competent enough though to handle it. They ain't competent enough to handle it.
I hope they are, because if
they ain't competent enough to handle it though.
I mean, listen, it's been done on your very neighbor's doorstep. It's been done, and
Wesley explained to you.
that sanctions was put on
just saying.
Zimbabwe. That's the reason.
And you think and you think that if you get up and take all these farmland from all these nations, like other nations won't respond? It's like, whoa, there's this giant like communist land grab going on in South
So what is
Africa.
the alternative? So what is the alternative?
Hold on, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Communist.
No, you're gonna
David, what are you
get faced
talking
with
about, man?
the same reason that
What you talking about,
Zimbabwe,
David?
the same reason that Zimbabwe
Oh,
got
shoot.
sanctions will be hit with South
shit.
Africa.
David,
That's my argument.
So South Africa's communist right now?
No, that's what they're going to be called. They're going to be. It's going to be labeled a socialist thing. Is the ANC not a socialist party?
There's a socialist party. They're gonna be called that.
It's very pro capitalist. I mean, come on. There's companies in South Africa. I mean, come on.
No. I said the ANC. South Africa is not a communist state. I'm talking about the party who is making these pushes for
Is
land
the ANC a communist party?
That's my question. A socialist party.
Oh shit!
He's African. He can tell you.
Shit.
Man, this guy's off the chain. But
hold on 1 second, man. We got to talk facts up here. This old boy been here, man, talking that shit.
Let me say my piece. Let me say my piece. So David was saying, like, if this country starts taking this land, they're gonna start looking like communists, and all these other countries will have to respond. Which countries will have to respond? The Pakistanis are not gonna have to respond because it's not their people. It's only the United States and the Europeans that will respond because the past colonial powers, and they don't want to see that control of that land back to those indigenous people.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a very simple equation here. I don't see where the complexities are.
If it was so simple, it would have worked for Zimbabwe.
I'm right here.
Why do you say that about Zimbabwe? What are you saying?
I'm just saying Zimbabwe literally tried this, and it's not as simple.
No, they had sanctions.
We just told you.
Wait. I have a question. Oh, David, I'm curious. When has something like this, or what nation has exhibited that something like this is actually simple?
Well, I'm pointing out to you guys that socialist movements and politics never bears fruit.
No, so I'm saying, what I'm saying is that it based on.
No, I agree with you. I agree with your premise, and the follow up to that is it will fail. It's not that simple. It's gonna fail.
Where's your evidence that it would fail, though? Zimbabwe didn't fail because they were incompetent.
But
Zimbabwe failed because of sanctions.
It failed.
Yeah, but
because of sanctions.
You guys don't exist in a bubble either. Neither.
No. Can we at least acknowledge why it failed?
Well, because well, for one, if in order to not talk about sanctions, we have to act like these two countries were.
No, we have to actually act like the reason why sanctions may have been geopolitically motivated because of what Zimbabwe did. Can we acknowledge that reality?
What do you mean geopolitically motivated?
Well,
America doesn't like socialist movements.
Somebody has to levy sanctions on somebody, right?
Well, America doesn't like socialist movements, and that
I guess we then just discovered the reason for the sanctions then. There's cause. No. But what I'm saying here is let's not be intellectually disingenuous here, because this is the brain trust now. So we have to understand that there is. So we're acknowledging that there was causation.
No, and I'm saying the very same thing will happen. I'm not throwing any of your argument out.
So they'll pass sanctions to destroy that economy, just like in Venezuela and Iran. Is that what you're saying?
America is not going to stand for a whole lot of socialist uprisings.
So why is it the business? No, why is it the business of white people?
Well, white or not, because like a lot of whites in Europe are socialists. I mean, Russia is a giant socialist nation. In the 50s, when we're talking about like the 80s. Hold on,
no. I mean,
because socialism. These ideas were imported to the continent, so let's not act like they're reading a black Bible.
So wait a minute. Why doesn't it make sense that in the face of these types of sweeping changes? Why wouldn't it make sense to then partner with or have a global partner like a China, right, in the face of something like a sanctions and stuff like that, in order to get around the effects of it, or to largely either hedge off, right, or stave off? But look, let's think about it here, right? Because isn't China and the United States engaged in a trade war themselves?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you. Okay. So you got one guy who threw sanctions at you, right? And then you got another guy who comes to you and says, hey, dude, look, I'll partner with you, right? So while he's trying to work out a partnership with you, he's fighting against the dude who threw sanctions your way. What's the more strategic thing to do? To say, hey, you know what, I'm cool with your partnership here. Or to just say, hey, you know what, a partnership with you could actually stave off the sanctions from that asshole that you're fighting against.
Mm-hmm.
What makes sense?
I don't think I accept the premise entirely. The smart thing to do. That's
kind of the reality of what's going on, dude. That's actually what's going on.
That's really what's going on.
That's literally what's going on.
Zimbabwe was never invaded by America or China, so the idea that you have to invite one or the other in is not
did you just say Zimbabwe was never invaded
by America or China?
Yeah, but that doesn't negate the fact that it was negated by the British. I mean, it was invaded by the British.
So you guys are saying America is going to put the sanctions on?
America did put sanctions on.
Right. So again, according to history, that's not really the way it is. The British would be the ones who have something invested on the ground in the history of Zimbabwe. We are fighting them because we don't like socialist movements.
Yeah, but no. David. We put.
Hold on, Wesley. You never answered the question. Why is it the business of white people what goes on in the continent of Africa? Why?
Oh yeah, that's my other point. Socialism itself is basically a war between groups of white people. One white guy invented the idea, and basically the nations have been fighting. You're either pro or against socialism for the last 70 years or so. So it's
you haven't answered the question. You haven't answered Mike's question.
Between white folks.
Why did they come rolling onto that concept?
They pick sides by being socialists.
All right.
David, my man, you sound crazy in the shit house rat right now. I'm not lying.
Pick the side in the fight between Russia and America. No, they picked the side. They could have stayed out of it. They could have joined America. They could have joined Russia. They joined the socialist movement for whatever reason. That was their choice. And so that's the reason. That's the reason you guys wanted to adopt socialism, and that shit reverberates in a lot of ways.
David,
you highly offended.
Hey, yo, just like real quick. I got a quick question though. All right, so really quickly, I want to run it back to like China real quick, right? Because I've been curious about this for a while. The general mindset that I've noticed amongst our people here in the States, when you speak about China and their dealings in Africa, I hear a lot of brothers say what I think David just said, is that they're replacing one white man with another. Just from my own curiosity and knowledge, can Mike or any of you guys speak to whether or not that's true or false, and why that is false, if it is false? Because I'm of the understanding that, obviously with China, they're doing half-hearted business with the continent, but it's business nonetheless, versus the European nations who are just giving the continent the middle finger. So can you just speak to that? Like, is it just switching from one white man to the next, or is that false?
Mike, do you want to go first? Or anybody? I can speak on it, but does anybody want to go first?
I'll go first. So I'll just make a summary.
Go ahead.
So what China is doing is basically China needs resources because it has a large population. It sees Africa as basically their version of their China, basically, kind of like how the United States back in the 70s, removed this industrial base and put it in China. China's basically slowly doing that with Africa. So it needs resources in Africa. It's trying to create allies with Africa because Africa is a growing continent. The difference between what the Europeans did and what China's doing is China's basically going to these African countries and say, listen, we'll give you, infrastructure, we'll give you technology, we'll give you knowledge. In return, you'll give us, resources. Whereas with the Europeans, they basically kind of did, what Dead Presidents, the movie Dead Presidents, just came in and just say, listen, this is a stick up, everybody's hands in the air, don't move type of shit. And they basically went to the Africans' house and took everything from them. And then and basically to this day still run their economy. If you look at what the French is doing in West Africa, what we were trying to explain to Dave of what the Boers are doing in South Africa. China is different. China, yes, they did some bad loans with with certain African countries. However, the Chinese are looking at it in a geopolitical sense that they see Africa rising, they see the potential of it, and they see it as a continent where they can get a lot of future partners.
I think China wants to build Africa up. They're gonna rape Africa and leave it laying there.
They need Africa for their population.
Well, another like one of the things that a lot of people get stuck on is it's just China that's investing in Africa. But in actuality, it's just not. It's not just China alone.
Everybody.
Japan, Turkey, India,
Russia,
Brazil,
Saudi Arabia,
Russia, the United States. Everyone is coming in there because they realize this is the next frontier of the global market. And you nowadays with the global system is like you can't really go in there and just extract wealth without leaving any sense of like capital left over for that country.
You need Africa to become a emerging economy because you have close to 2 billion people by 2055.
You need consumers. You need new markets for your business to expand because, like the Chinese population, if you look at it, it's like it's already peaked. So the number of workers that are being added in the number of workers that are being added into their workforce is on the decline. So they're going to need new workers to work the system of capitalism. The system of capitalism demands that Africa become developed because otherwise the system collapses.
You're talking as if China itself believes in capitalism. They are a state communist government who uses capitalism.
China is
communist in name only, bro. Come on, don't do that.
They are still open for business. Make no mistake.
Your understanding of communism is very gross misinterpretation. In fact, it's pretty synthetic. They're communists by politically.
He doesn't understand it. I asked him, Mike, what is dialectical materialism? And that's that. If you're talking about Karl Marx and you want to talk about this thing from a communist perspective, let's talk about it. What is it? You haven't answered it.
So if China tells one of its businesses to do something,
we're wasting time with all this
Wait a minute. If the Chinese government tells one of its businesses
what's going on in the area, what happened economically, and who's controlling the economics? How are they doing it? And what are people in South Africa or a nation like South Africa? What are they looking to do to recorrect some of these issues? That's what we're talking about. You're talking about socialism, communism. I mean, you sound highly finished. You sound highly finished.
There's different factions of communism.
we're trying to get an idea. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I think what may be happening here is that we're conflating these sort of ideologies and economic drivers as a justification as to why African states are or sub-Saharan African states are failing, when in fact Africans have been socialists since their inception. They've never. If you look at Mugabe's speech from 1979 to Jimmy Carter, he told him specifically. You can find it on YouTube. He told him specifically that we saw what capitalism has done to the West, and we have no interest in that. And so, shared economics has always been the part of decolonialism.
Wait a minute. What's wrong with capitalism now?
If you don't know the difference between socialism, capitalism, and communism,
I said what's wrong.
No, because you blame communism and socialism as failed mechanisms of the continent. And I'm saying if you don't even understand those two, you can't possibly tell me what capitalism is.
Well, here's the problem.
Capitalism for them.
Here's the problem I'm trying to highlight here. Communism is basically you as the boss get to decide what industry is, and capitalism is the industries are going to have to grow and develop organically on their own. And the reason why these places fail is because it's hard to grow things from the top down. They have to come from the
Okay,
bottom
I
up.
got okay. I'm gonna sit here. Let's forget about getting technical. Let's look at many of these corporations and stuff like that have small companies and they get massive government contracts. Government now gives these guys a lot of contracts. Happens here all the time. You get a lot of government contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Is that socialism?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
No, because it's still a level of free trade.
It's just a
kind of, sort of, not really.
Free, absolutely, kind of, sort of. Yeah. Go ahead, fam. Go ahead.
Just to add to Nagon, David, do you know what percentage of the U.S. government spending is as when you compare U.S. spending to as a percentage to GDP? What is the percentage?
I'm not sure No, I do not know the percentage compared to GDP.
U.S. spending is 42% of GDP. Mm-hmm. So almost half of your economy is directly related to government spending. Is that not socialist? Is that not socialist enough?
Okay, let me reform my point. One, I do not believe that you're asking me, because you guys are asking me if the American government is socialist, and I'm saying to the extent that we have hold on, to the extent that we have socialism in the American government, it's a bad thing and it needs to stop.
We're the number one growing economy, and we have 42% of spending. France is 60% of spending is 60%, and they're doing terrible.
You know why those French guys are in the streets for like a year and some change now? Because they tried to raise gas prices. Something as simple as gas prices.
No, that's not.
No, that's not. We've been covering that.
No, the problem
didn't start when they raised gas prices.
The problem with France right now is that, one, they told these people a couple of years ago to go out and buy these diesel vehicles. Okay, now by 2022, the new Paris Climate Change Agreement that the French government signed on to is going to get rid of all those diesel vehicles. Okay, so they suckered these people into spending their money on these cars, and they don't have enough, and the government doesn't have enough money for pensions, and they screwed these people out. Okay, that's not.
Which is why governments shouldn't run economies like that.
That's not a fault of socialism. That's a fault of the government itself. Okay, now in the United States, you have similar things that's about to happen. So it's not a matter of socialism versus capitalism. It's a matter of bad governance.
Because look at the Scandinavian countries; they're mostly socialist. If you look at Norway,
Norway doesn't have this problem.
Exactly. I mean, it's just,
well, that's the reason why it's a problem, Mike.
Well, I mean, we want to point to communism. We want to point to communism. Vietnam is a communist political system too. China is.
Well, no, I know, but look, that's why I'm being facetious. Because I know, but I say that I'm being facetious to illustrate a point here. When you actually go and look at some legit socialist countries, you'll find that they're typically the most stable societies.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Norway or Sweden just asked Bernie Sanders' campaign to stop saying that they're socialist, because their government is not quite as socialist as you want to make it out. They're very taxed, but they have businesses that operate freely, which is the nature of communism.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course,
the same thing.
Of course, businesses act freely. And if you're going to talk about this, you can look at England has a lot of socialism. France has a lot of socialism. Norway, Sweden, they have a lot of socialism. If you want to say businesses act and move freely, they get taxed at a certain rate, but
companies are free to do business.
They operate freely. The state hasn't come in and told them who their president, and who their vice presidents, and so forth can be. Okay, that's the same even in China. China, with all their major corporations that they don't have anybody telling them who can run their company and who cannot. That's not how that's run. The only thing that makes that so for let's call it a communist or socialist country is the fact that the Politburo is not controlled by the economic structure. Okay, so the billionaires do not control the Politburo.
And when the
Unlike
Politburo
here in the
makes a
capitalistic
decision,
system, the corporations and the billionaires control your political system here. So that's kind of really the difference on the ground. I'm sitting here listening to you, man. You're talking in circles. I'm like, you need to stay around us for a little while, man. We gonna get your mind right. Don't worry about it. We gonna get you. We gonna get you right up in this piece, fam. Don't worry about it. You one of us, man. You one of us.
I had no idea I ran into a den of pro-socialists, so it's a shock.
Pro-socialist, my man. You better sit down and
Bro,
look at what the reality is.
I don't know how
on the
many
ground.
times we have said
okay, you better
the
sit down. And
majority
look at
of
what's
us
on the
are
ground.
bleeding heart technocrats.
Hold on, but there's another thing. You see about socialists. We had a massive crash in 2008, a ferocious crash where capitalism failed one more again. I consider myself very much a capitalist, but I'm very much a realist as to what's really going on. Okay, how did we get out of that? What happened? I don't believe you understand the economic structure. You don't understand. I understand economics very well. I don't believe you understand economics.
That's what happened.
Bailouts and government spending.
No. What happened in the crash? How did we start to come out of that? What happened?
Which crash you talking about? The
2008.
2008.
Literally 2008.
That was the housing. That was the housing thing. Yeah, there was
the crash on I-95.
No, there was because when George Bush was in office, there was a crash, and then right when Obama came in, there was another crash.
Oh, hold a second. My man, listen to me very closely. Stop the bullshit, all right? I'm talking about September 18th, 9 a.m., all right? 2008.
Literally.
¿Qué pasó? What happened? What went down?
I'm really not sure how we resolved that. I really don't have the answer to that question.
No, what went down on that day? What went down? What went down?
Oh, did the banks hold a secret meeting? Is that where the banks had the secret meeting and like you gotta do the bank bailout?
My father told me when a man don't have a bottom line, he's a bullshitter. He's bullshitting you. All right, you have a bottom line here. All right.
Listen, you asked me a question. You can't. Honestly, I don't know.
You didn't answer. What happened? You obviously don't know. You don't know what happened.
That was the question, and that answered it. I do not know.
Okay. Well, the fucking bottom of the goddamn economy to kind of be succinct with it.
We know there was a crash. I'm asking specifically, what was the nature of it? What did it start from the banking sector? Did it extend from the housing market?
Do you remember?
He doesn't even know what caused the crash.
Where were you, fam, in 2008? Where were you, fam?
Just curious.
Where were you? Were you in a clamshell? Were you butter laid up in a clamshell, or were you walking around on 2 feet like walking like a man?
Just a minute ago, when I said it was a housing crash, you proceeded like I didn't even answer the question. So I'm under the assumption I was wrong. So when 2 minutes ago I answered the question, I was obviously right. So let's just get off the point.
All of that was okay. All of that was related.
How did they solve it?
Family, all that was related. Okay, it all went down. Now, let me ask
you. Up for a reason, though.
How did we begin to come out of that? We're not fully out of it, but how did we begin to come out of it? What did we do?
Yeah, that's what I think it was, the bailouts and government
okay. Yeah, well, you know all that. What happened with the auto industry when the auto industry crashed? What happened with that?
Oh, right. We basically bought Ford or Chrysler. I think it was Ford. We basically owned them for like a couple days, and then they restructured and we gave it back. General Motors, yeah, I can't remember exact name. Yeah.
Okay. What was the bailout of the banks and everything else?
Wait a minute. Why do we have to take ownership of a private company? Should we not just let them fail and whoever comes in to buy them up, they buy them up?
David.
Oh,
hold on, David. Let me ask you a question. David, you are the president at that time.
I'm the president of the country.
General Motors go? Do you let General Motors go and lose millions and millions of jobs? Yes or no?
That's kind of the problem, though.
Yes or no?
Kind of the problem. Hold on. But that is the nature of the problem. is, do you put your thumb on the scale? Once you put your thumb on the scale, you got to.
Dave, you highly finished. We gonna put you on the scale, Negro. Hold on 1 second. Now, hold on a second. I'm gonna get ready to put you on the scale. All right. Now, hold on 1 second. Now, hold on a second. When we needed over $1 trillion of infusion of cash into our economic system to keep it up, to keep it from dropping and falling into the ground, what did we do?
Guaraguan.
I don't even understand.
Guan.
You just laid out like basically a random scenario. When we needed a $1 trillion infusion, what date of the week was that? Like, when did we need $1 trillion infusion?
Jesus Christ, this guy
I don't
doesn't
even
know.
understand how you're laying out the
all right, okay, David, this is what I would like you to do, man. I want you to go and Google up the crash of 2008. I would like you to sit there and read through the events that happened and what mechanisms we put in place to pull ourselves out of it, okay, and where we are now, to pull ourselves out of it, at least to get ourselves on an even keel. I want to give you a homework assignment. I want you to take a couple. It should take you 20 minutes, maybe half hour, to go read up on the events of the 2008 crash, which has been gone over in great detail.
No, it's starting to come back to me a little bit now.
It's starting to come back to you.
My question to you, my question to you is, no, you called me a flat-footed for a minute.
But call you flat-footed, my man. I caught you naked. You out here naked, man. Your Johnson and Willie was swinging up in his face. Listen, fam. Listen to me very closely. Go do what I'm asking you to do. Take that half hour. Go over this stuff in some detail. Come back and we'll get back in this. And we'll get back a little bit more. And since you're talking socialism and capitalism and all that, I don't want you to be confused. I certainly want you to be on the same page that we're up in here. Since everybody here is a socialist.
Well, David, 20% of all public stock companies actually lose money. So
no, my question is, why don't the government just buy every
businesses? So we are supporting. Huh?
Let's not.
I mean, do you want your economy to collapse?
I don't want the government to run the whole economy either, because it's going to crash when somebody makes a decision, like in France.
That's exactly what they do right now.
That's what they do. Right? This guy's just.
Well, I said a few minutes ago, to the degree that socialism is in there, it shouldn't be there.
Let me ask you something, David. Are you subscribed to Anthony Brian Logan by any chance?
I watch him all the time. I watch him here. I'm not like a fan, nah.
Oh,
Let's go to the next article, Mike.
I think that's literally like the first time that dude's name's ever been mentioned on the channel. I can't recall a time that he's ever been mentioned there.
Let me answer Man Friday's comment, because he had a question in the chat. He says, why are the Chinese in Africa, in your opinion, please? So to answer your question, Man Friday, the Chinese have been in Africa for probably since the beginning of the Cold War. So this isn't anything new. They came when Mao Zedong actually took power. So what I'm saying here is that it's not just the Chinese in Africa. They're the biggest investors, but they're not the only players here. We covered an article earlier talking about that at the top of the hour. And you have the UK, who just had their summit just yesterday. So the UK is making investments in there as well, or at least they are pretending to actually do so. South Korea is heavily in Africa. Japan has been in Africa for quite some time, since they got out of since post World War II, since they started industrializing. Russia has made great investments, and in fact, Russia is one of the best partners in Africa right now. All the Africans love Russia from a leadership standpoint. And then you take into consideration, Angela Merkel was just there last summer making trade deals. We know Emmanuel Macron was just there from France.
India.
In India, Modi, Prime Minister Modi was just there. Everybody in the continent said, hashtaggers, right? Black Americans, they're just not there. And so we have to actually look at this from a geopolitical standpoint and from a global economic standpoint. Where do Black Americans in the West really play a role in any of these ventures? We've been talking about this stuff on here for a couple of years now. I'll be in the continent next month. Many other people on this channel have been to the continent already. There's a whole lot of things that's going on over there. The BAIO on YouTube, if you subscribe to their channel, you'll see they talk heavily about Black African Infrastructure Organization. They talk about that stuff all the time, just like we talk about it. So
yeah, shout out to Richard Victor Dixon, man.
Yeah, you know, you have to start looking at this thing from a global perspective. I think the problem with African Americans or Black Americans, whatever they want to call themselves, is that everything is local to them. Barbershops, flipping houses, you know, things of that nature. That's cool and all, washing cars and stuff like that. That's cool and all, you know, garage sales. That might be cool, for, you know, for right now, but what happens 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now? Your ideas have to scale. And the problem with African Americans, it doesn't scale past, you know, a few strokes on the keyboard. Sounds good, but where's the scalability aspect of it? So that's why they're over there. That's my take on it. Anybody else have anything you want to input before we close out? Is my mic on? Mic
No,
check.
your mic's on, dude. I came in on the tail end of it, so I'm gonna have to go ahead and just catch the replay. I just did have some points to make when I came in on the discussion, but other than that, I'll have to come back and catch the replay. I'm back on my midday shift, man, so I'm gonna be coming in on the tail end of the hangouts again, man. But I'll be free on the weekends.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Wesley.
I have nothing to say, bro.
Really? After all the shit that's been flying around, you ain't got nothing to say.
Bro, that's like literally it, dude. You couldn't say like peace or some shit, or like, you know.
All right, peace, bro. Peace.
Well, okay. Well, damn. All right.
Are you from the continent or are you from Caribbean?
I'm from Kenya.
Okay. So royalty.
No, I got nothing to say. I'm just saying peace.
All right. Nagone 11. I think Nagone is occupied. David Monroe.
Yeah. I just recently found out the political definition or the word that fits what I'm describing, and it's called minarchism. And it's ironic that you guys are like really into socialism, so that's going to be an interesting fight. But
really into
socialism? I think you guys are into socialism, so I'm like, I think minarchism is the way to go. The government should only be required to take care of like the military, the courts, you know, maybe the roads and stuff like that. At least government intervention is possible.
Hey, David, do you know what a technocrat is?
Not completely. I don't really know.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? What I don't want you to do is to erroneously mislabel us.
That's
so
fair.
What I would like for you to do is go and look into what a technocrat is.
Singapore, actually, most of your non-Western countries are pretty technocratic. Just to give you an idea.
So like, so that there's no confusion, you know, well, at least I'd say right now, you know, Mike and I will raise our hands and be open about it. We've been on that openly for the last few years, but make no mistake, that's what we rep. So,
well, I just, you know, really quickly, in more practical use, technocracy is any portion of bureaucracy that is run by technologists, a government in which elected officials appoint experts and professionals to administer individual government functions, and recommended legislations can be considered technocratic. Does that pretty much define what you guys are talking about?
Now, have you basically looked at the subject matter of literally like all the live streams just about that we do, like the blockchain, artificial intelligence, cryptocurrencies? Do you think that may fall in line with technocratic principles?
Yes, but
there's no but.
Well, hold on. As I typed in the word technocrat, the very second definition was technocratic socialism. So you guys are right on the border.
Oh my God! You
Yeah,
know what?
All right, Mike. You know, hey man, I'm done. Shalom, everyone.
Yeah,
Shalom.
and Kellis, does she have anything she want to add before she closes out? Going once, going twice.
Nagon is back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what's up, man?
You have any closing thoughts?
What's up? Closing thought. Oh, nah, man. You know, I think this was pretty butterlake conversation. A lot of stuff went on. When man Dave gets correct, we want to get him up to speed. But anyway, good points made here tonight, man. On some key stuff. The stuff that's going on right now with Iran, stuff going on in the Middle East, presidential elections coming up. I just say, guys, let's really keep our eyes open, see what's going on for us from a business perspective. There are a lot of opportunities coming up. So all this stuff is great, but we are moving towards a technocratic society. We can talk about jobs and everything else like that, but you know, I think here we have a way of kind of skinning that cat. So I'll just kind of leave it at that, and that's it.
All right. I think we covered everybody. All right, Hotep, everyone.